Can be a liar. Justice can be a thief. And freedom can be an empty cup from which everybody wanna drink. How come I can't tell the free world from living hell? I said, how come? How come all I see is the child of God and misery? I said, how come? That's all I killing my killing time, killing time. I don't understand. Understand.
This is Dave, head of marketing at a ketchup company, about to use Grammarly to handle a tight deadline.
Don't you know? Talking about a revolution sounds. Don't you know? Talking about a revolution sounds like a whisper. While they're standing in the welfare lines, crying at the doorsteps of those armies of salvation, wasting time in the amongst the lines, sitting around waiting for promotion. Don't you know? Talking about a revolution sounds. We're gonna rise up. Yes, yeah. We're gonna rise up and take what's there. Don't you know you better run. Oh, you better run. It's fine. Tables are starting to turn. Talking about a revolution. It's fine. The tables are starting to turn. Talking about a revolution. Oh, oh. Talking about a revolution. Oh, Robin standing in the welfare line. Crying to those of the armies of salvation. Wasting time in the unemployment lines. Sitting on the couch. Talking
Alishinda na kurudi na katiba ya nchi yetu wapake. Mzee wetu alituomba tusahau yaliyopita, badala yake tuitenge nchi yetu. Asante baba wetu, wengi wetu, asante baba wetu.
hiyo ni ndana. Hiyo ni ndana. Haya ndio ndana.
Watu undugu ndio nguvu, chuki na ukabila hatutaki hata kamwe. Lazima tuungane, tuijenge nchi yetu, pasiwe hata mmoja anayetenganisha. Naishi na tumaini najitolea ndani Kenya, hakika ya bendera ni uthabiti wangu. Yes, siawape China nyekundu ni hatamu, kijani milani nyeupe amani. Daima mimi Mkenya, mwananchi mzalendo. Kwa uchungu na mateso, kwa vilio na huzuni, ulinyakuliwa uhuru na mashujaa wa zamani. Hawakushtushwa na risasi au kufungwa gerezani, nia yao ukombozi, kuvunja pingu za ukoloni. Jitolea Kenya, hakika ya bendera ni uthabiti wangu. Weusi au China nyekundu damu, kijani milani nyeupe amani. Mwananchi mzalendo. Wajibu wetu ni kuishi kwa upendo, toka ziwa mpaka pwani, kaskazini na kusini.
Good morning, everyone. I hope you guys are travel safe and you guys are okay. We're about to begin in a few, but if you had not registered, kindly go downstairs and make your registration. Hamjambo, mnanipata sasa? I just say that we are about to begin in a few, but if you did not register downstairs, kindly go downstairs and register. We will be beginning in a few.
kina ukabila, hatutaki hata kamwe. Lazima tuungane, tuijenge nchi yetu, pasiwe hata mmoja anayetenganisha. Naishi na tumaini, najitolea daima Kenya. Hakika ya bendera ni uthabiti wangu. Jeusi wananchi na nyekundu ni ya damu, kijani ya ardhi, nyeupe ya amani. Daima mimi Mkenya, mwananchi mzalendo. Kwa uchungu na mateso, kwa vilio na huzuni, kulinyakuliwa uhuru na mashujaa wa zamani.
Hello, hello.
Hawakush
Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Siwasikii. Hello, hello. Munaweza endelea tu kusalimiana. It is okay. Salimianeni. I know hamujaonana miezi ama miaka kadhaa. So please just say hi to everybody. My name is Gloria Madegwa. Wangapi hawanijui? Please usiweke mkono juu kama unijui. Tuonani hapo nje. So my name is Gloria Madegwa, the moderator for the day today. Number one, thank you so much for making time and coming on time. Tulikuwa tunaanza saa 3. At least mkebe yangu inanionyesha ni saa 3. Hatujachelewa, si ndio? So we are about to start. Just a few housekeeping issues, tujuane vizuri, alafu tuanze. And this would be my proposal. Esban, my colleague, in case there are any housekeeping issues, if you could come and tell people. Alafu, when people are coming in, their seats in front here. Musiteseke sana. Esban, anything? Hii room imejaa human rights defenders, ndio? Why am I not feeling the energy? Do you know the person seated next to you? Do you know the person seated next to you? So this is what I want us to do when Esban is getting his house in order. Get to know, number one, make sure you are not sitting next to someone you know. So if you're sitting next to someone you know, move. Kuna wenye lazima wakae wakijuana, but if you know you're sitting to someone next to you, mumetoka naye kaunti moja, you work in the same organization, please move. At the count of 1, 2, 3. I can see people who are seated with each other and they know each other. I'll come and move you. Please just move yourself. Please. Can I start naming names? Hi, Mercy. Thank you. Move. Niendele. Ninawajua. Hata wenye mlikuwa mumeinua mikono hamunijui, mimi nawajua. I need to see people moving. Now we are confirming the person seated next to us hatujuani. We are confirming. So tufanye hivi. Let's do this. The people who are standing, if ni kiti hauna, tafadhali kuja hapa. Kuna meza hapa, and then if there's a seat next to you, please just wave and let the person who's standing or looking for somewhere to sit to come and sit there. So this is what I want us to do with the person who you don't know. I love that table. That one. Niwe Vieni? Hi. Hiyo yako. Hiyo yako. Hiyo. Hi. No. Don't look back. Wewe. Hi. I love your table. So this is what I want us to do. The person who's seated next to you, number one, you don't know them. Sindio? So know each other. But one important thing, which we are going to come back to plenary and share or report back. Ujue jina yao, ujue ametoka wapi, and then please, can they tell you their most embarrassing moment? Sawa? Their most embarrassing moment. Inaweza kukua, I can give examples. Ndio tukue within a certain wavelength. Yeye upenda kukula chakula kutoka kwa sufuria. Eating directly from the sufuria. So you see the sort of embarrassing things I'm talking about. You see where I'm going. So you guys introduce yourselves to each other. Tell yourselves embarrassing moments amongst yourselves. Just the two of you or three of you, if you're going to do bus groups. And then I'll come back here in 3 minutes. And then we can begin. Sawa? Aya, at the count of 3, you start. 1, 2, 3.
Undugu ndio nguvu, chuki na ukabila hatutaki hata kamwe. Lazima tuungane, tuijenge nchi yetu, pasiwe hata mmoja anayetenganisha. Naishi natumaini, najitolea daima Kenya, hakika ya bendera uthabiti wangu, nyeusi ya wana chini na nyekundu ni ya damu, kijani ni ya ardhi, nyeupe ya amani. Daima mimi Mkenya, mwananchi mzalendo. Kwa uchungu na mateso, kwa vilio na huzuni, tulinyakuliwa uhuru na mashujaa wa zamani. Hawakushtushwa na risasi au kufungwa gerezani. Nia yao ukombozi, kuvunja pingu za ukoloni. Aishi jitolea daima Kenya,
Tunaendelea kujuana. Kwa hivyo nifunge microphone. Do you need some more time or we can now proceed. We can now proceed. So when you are still trying to internalize, hello, nimerudi, saini sikieni tafadhali. Listen to me, please. As we are still trying to internalize on what you have been told, the good work that human rights defenders are doing, some embarrassing moments they have had before you report back to plenary. We have someone amongst us. Haki ya munisikizi. Esban hai. Hamunisikizi. Sasa mnanisikiza. There is someone amongst us who I do not want to introduce right now, but I want them to come. And I know they are in a yellow hoodie with a white cape, a very strong human rights defender. He will have an opportunity to tell us his story, but for now, he has something short and sweet for us so that he can kickstart this program. We now start running as the program tells us to. Sindio? He will tell us his name, what he does, and I have given him 1 minute to tell us his human rights work, and then we shall have an opportunity to talk to him much better.
Viva comrades, viva. Hey. Gloria ulikuwa umeuliza energy. Hukujua kutest. Viva comrades, viva. Viva comrades, viva. Long live community organizing, long live. Long live community organizing, long live. Abash capitalism, abash. Eish, napenda. If this is the energy, then tuko sawa kabisa. Mimi naitwa J to the A to the V A N to the T H E to the P O E T. Mmesikia? Hata wewe hujasikia? J to the A to the V to the A N to the T H E to the P O E T. Nani anaweza sema nimesema nini? Jafeth. Eish. Hii Jafeth hii. Haya, nataka nyingine yako. Javan the huyu ameibia. Huyu amejua, si ndio? Mimi naitwa Javan the Poet, natoka Dandora Community Justice Center. Mimi ni mwanaharakati. However, at some point sikuwa najua mimi ni mwanaharakati. Nilikuwa nikiandika my poetry pieces na rap, nikiji-express tu. Kusema kile na feel kutoka kwa community yangu. And over time, cause nilikuwa napata backlash kutoka kwa watu, kutoka kwa ofisi za serikali, then nikaambiwa whatever you're doing is human rights, inaitwaje, advocacy. Okay, nikakaa nikajiuliza sasa hii ndio kusemaje, cause mimi najua tu kuspeak what I know kutoka kwa what I experience. Then nika decide, okay, let me keep on pushing. Na I would want to just give you a piece of my thought. Ndio maybe muone kama ina make sense. Nisi explain, because niki explain, it's not how I do it. Tunaweza, tuko tayari? Tuko tayari? Aha. Karibu. Huyu ni ndugu wangu mkubwa. For a while amekuwa akinifunza na tukishare thoughts. Anaitwa Juma Tutu. Anaitwa vipi? So as tuko kwa hii room ni solidarity, si ndio? Someone anakuonyesha njia, someone anakushika mkono, and that's the strength that we have. So nataka kufanya piece inaitwa Killer Breed, because mtaa yangu kile ilifanya I think ni understand sana kukuwa activist ni kuongelea vijana kuuliwa. So inaitwa hivi. Killer breed. Wanasema low. Kazi ya gani kublow holes kwa heads na chest, si kuprotect, ni contest ya nani anangusha wengi, nani anajaza meli, nani anashinda hesi, juu systems ziko messy. Walisema shoot to kill, bodies all over kwa screen. Kama mbaya ndio tambos tunamaliza generations. Kama pea lawyer uniform, pea judge uniform. Mkwe wote kwa streets, ushike, investigate, alafu kill. Familia za victims ilipie bullets, mpate pay rise. Kama pathology wa gavana mocha wapate clients, juu wewe na wewe si enforcer, wewe ni killer breed. Wangapi wanajua killer breeds mali wanatoka? Makarao wako mtaani tu kuharass watu every day. Wangapi wameinteract na makarao kama policemen kutoka mtaani? Si tunaita makarao. Wanawatreatingi vizuri? Hawawatreat vizuri? Citizens na law no love. Land Cruiser zimegeuka husky ferry body bags. Ground zimejaa body parts. Si watu ni animals kwa kila squad. Pupu kushoot na kutoa bullets kwa throat, alafu kwa media wanakuwa applauded. Hakuna light kwa endelea tunnel iko closed. Hakuna justice kwa years za case ziko post. Hakuna change kwa hati ya youth imekuwa stopped. Not with guns but with our voices tutachallenge your might, juu wewe na wewe si enforcer. Wewe ni killer breed. Wewe ni killer breed. Nitaomba hivi so that tuanzishe hii mkutano na maombi yetu ya kawaida. Naomba tusimame tuimbe wimbo wa mapambano. Kupigwa na kupokonywa maisha hakutatuzuia sisi wananchi kunyakuwa uhuru wetu na haki ya jasho letu, na haki ya jasho letu. Tumekataa kupiga magoti bila shaka sisi pia ni watu, hali ya utu watu meikataa, hali ya utu watu meikataa. Tutanyakuwa mashamba yetu, tupiganie uhuru, tuikomboe elimu yetu, utamaduni na viwanda vyetu, utamaduni na viwanda vyetu. Sisi hatutaki kudhulumiwa, hatutaki tena mauaji, ili kukwetu kiangushe, haki na uhuru zichanue, haki na uhuru zichanue, katiba yetu wa Kenya, Kenya, katiba yetu wa Kenya, tutekeleze, vijana wetu wa Kenya, vijana wetu wa Kenya, tuwatetee mashujaa wetu wa Kenya, mashujaa wetu wa Kenya, Oleo, oleo. Asanteni.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, everybody. Sasa tumechangamka. Now we are set for the week, right? I will officially start. My name is Gloria Madegwa. I work at the Defenders Coalition. I support a team whose core work and whose core mandate in this country is to ensure the safety, security, and well-being of human rights defenders in Kenya. I take lead in program work, I take lead in strategic partnerships, and generally the operations of the organization. And today I am so happy to be amongst 130 human rights defenders from across the country who have come together to evaluate their work at the grassroots level, their work at the community level, at the national level, and to see how we can work together. And also, we have seen it is our sole duty as the Defenders Coalition to ensure that when human rights defenders are doing their work, they are well equipped with knowledge and skills. And that is what we are going to be doing in the next 3-4 days. I will start by recognizing people in the room. I will start first by recognizing all the human rights defenders who are with us today. Thank you very much for making the time to come and be with us. I would also want to recognize the staff of the Defenders Coalition. Thank you so much for the work that you have done. I would like to recognize our board of directors who are not here present, but in the course of the week, they will be joining us and we will be together with them. I also want to recognize the presence of our partners, Natural Justice, being led by the CEO, Nyagothi. Thank you so much for making the time. I want also to recognize the presence of the Swedish ambassador, Carol Vicini. Thank you very much for making the time to be with us. Hannah Carlson, who is head of development at the Swedish Embassy. Thank you very much. We have very close relations with the Embassy of Sweden, and they are the ones who have actually made today possible. We just want to return our gratitude. All protocols observed. I think I have done it justice, and if I have not mentioned you, please forgive me, but as we move during the week, we shall definitely ensure that we are all recognized in the room. Without further ado, I would want us to get to understand who is in the room. I know it will be very difficult for us to introduce ourselves one by one, which is what we would have loved. But of course, time is not going to allow. So we are going to do it differently, and we are going to do it very energetically. Before the 2010 constitution, promulgation of the 2010 constitution, the one that gave us the 47 counties, how are we being recognized in this country? Who can remember? I'm better off using this one. Before the promulgation of the 2010 constitution, how are we, I don't want to use divided, but how are we being recognized in this country? Sorry? Provinces, Sindio? So I want us to know I want us to see, I want us to get a feel of how we are right now. But I am assuring you that by the end of Thursday, you will have gotten an opportunity to introduce yourself. You will tell us your name, you will tell us your county, you will tell us the very good work that you're doing in the county level, but not at this particular forum. So this is what I want us to do. I want us to, I hope we all remember our provinces. Can I take us through? We had the Coast province, which had which counties? Which have which counties now? Mombasa, Kwale, Kilifi, Taita Taveta, Lamu, Tana River, right? If you know we have mentioned your county, please stand up. Asanteni sana for representing us. Naima, I can see you. Asante sana. Karibuni wana, nyinyi si kina bara, sisi ndio wenye bara, sisi ndio wa bara. Nyinyi ni wapwani. Wapwani, karibuni sana, mujisikie mko nyumbani, tutazungumza tukiendelea. Sio? Karibuni sana, asanteni. The next place I will go is Eastern, the Eastern Province. Eastern Province, counties gani ziko huko? Eastern, si North, si Northeastern, Eastern. Machakos, Kitui, Makueni, Isiolo haiko hapo. Marsabit iko Northeastern. Iko Eastern. Unatoka Marsabit? Okay, iko Eastern. Watu wa Marsabit muko Eastern ama Northeastern? Marsabit nione mkono. Nyinyi ni watu wa Eastern ama Northeastern? Northeastern? Wamesema wako Northeastern. Tutaongea. Haya, tuendelee. Kitui, Makueni, Machakos, Embu, Meru, Tharaka Nithi, Isiolo. Marsabit wamekataa. Marsabit wako Northeastern. Kwa Marsabit wako kwa hii nyumba leo, hao wanataka kukuwa Northeastern. Kwa hivyo hapo ndo tutawarecognize. Kama nimestaja county yako, please stand up. Machakos, Kitui, Makueni. Hata mnaona mnakaribishwa na wimbo zenu. Mumesimama? Tusalimieni. Thank you so much, Eastern Province. Tunawashukuru. We thank you for the good work that you're doing, and we will definitely hear your story at some point in this convening. Sasa ninataka tuende Northeastern so that we finish with maneno. Northeastern, Garissa, Wajir, Mandera. Nyinyi tu simameni. Tuwaone. Niulize, I'll ask you questions because you're upstanding and it is very important. You're coming from which county? Wajir. When did you start traveling? No, how did you come here? By air. No, I don't want people who came by air. When did people start traveling? So the coalition no, you can stand. The coalition ensured that you get here safe and sound. In this room, and I stand corrected, I think this is the team that is coming from the farthest corner of this country. And we want to appreciate you. We want you to feel loved. And please, never should you think that you are in Northeastern and we have forgotten about you. We always think about you and we are always happy for the work. Kwa nini watu wa Northeastern wamenyimwa wimbo? DJ? Ni hapo? Aya, viva. Asanteni sana. Sasa nataka kukuja karibu na Nairobi. Nimemalizana na mbali? Central. Nitaanza na, I'll start with Kiambu, Nyeri, Murang'a, Kirinyaga, Nyandarua. It's only 5 counties. I said Kiambu. Laikipia iko inafaa kukuwa na nyinyi, but wacha niweke hapo na Laikipia. So have you had a mention of your county? Nyeri, Kiambu, Kirinyaga, Murang'a, Nyandarua. Mejisikia? Hamwezi kukuwa mko watatu kwa hii room. Nilijua. Kwa hiyo mumeambiwa mtu dansie kidogo. We need to see those moves. Asanteni sana. That is Central. Central, we haven't seen you very well. Wengine wenu pia ni wafupi. Tumewaona. Good representation. The reason why I actually want you to see each other is also that you connect amongst yourselves. Sindio? Because your regions are also very, very big. Sawa, I now move to the other side. I want to go to the western side of this country. I know what my colleagues think. I will not start there. Nyanza province, we remember the counties that are in Nyanza? Kisumu, Siaya, Homa Bay, Migori, Kisii, Nyamira. Nani mwingine? Haya, kama tumetaja kaunti yako, we need to see you. Kisumu, Kisii, Nyamira, Migori. Tuonyesheni. Asanteni sana. Please see who is coming from that particular province. You guys need to network before you leave here. Sawa. I now move to Rift Valley province. Ninyi ndio kusema. Haya, simame mnajijua. Haya. DJ kidogo. DJ. So this is Uasin Gishu, Baringo, Elgeyo Marakwet, Nandi, Nakuru, Trans Nzoia, Narok, Kajiado, Bomet, Kericho, West Pokot, Turkana, Laikipia. Nani tumesahau? Uasin Gishu ndo tulisema ya kwanza. Trans Nzoia tumesema. Actually the one I think we haven't said is Nandi. Tumesema Nandi? Sawa sawa. Nyinyi mupewe dakika moja ya kutuonyesha moves. DJ? Mumesimama? Asanteni. Rift Valley province. Mnanisikia Rift Valley? Nyinyi ndio mko wengi zaidi. We want by the time we leave here on Friday or we'll be departing on Saturday, at least in the minimum, you guys should have shown us direction in terms of human rights violations, what is happening there, and what strategies are you employing? What strategies have you come up with from this workshop that you're going to employ when you go back home? Sindio? We come back to Nairobi. Nairobi people. Western, I'll go back to Esther. I'll go back. Nairobi people. And Nairobi, if you leave work in this county, this is where you stand. Even if you have already stood in the other provinces, this is where you stand. Nairobi. 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 I know where you guys live na mumeka. Alamans, Eunice, yes, Eunice, Kamau, Nyagoti, the team from Natural Justice. I don't know where this is where I say Hannah and Carol because you guys live here. Aya, DJ tupatie moja ya nguvu ya Nairobi. Nairobi mumekewa gani hiyo? Hiyo hata pia mimi sijui. Watu wa Nairobi mmerushwa. Asanteni watu wa Nairobi. Now, last but not least. Last but not least. Charity begins where? Nimesimama. Kakamega, Vihiga, Bungoma, Busia, tusiwawe. Muko wapi? Siwaoni. Mabega. DJ, asante. Ukitupatia nafasi tutashinda hivyo. So that is the Western region. We have gone all through this country from corner to corner. Please feel recognized. Please feel appreciated. We would really would have wanted to hear your voice, but tutaisikia, okay? We have a lot of time throughout the week, and our intention is that by the time we are all living here on Friday, we know each other by name, we know each other with the work that we are doing, and we would have connected very strongly in terms of the work that we are doing, and also networked just to make sure that the skills we are going to get from here are going to help us to move and do our things better. So, does anybody feel left out? Tumeintroduce kila mtu. We have been very inclusive. Yes. Tumekuacha. Microphone.
Hi everyone. I have a very serious concern. Yani inafeel kama watu wa Coast tumeachwa nyuma. Because because the rest wamechezewa ngoma but sisi imekuwa tu ni surely.
Hujma. Costerians. Musimame. Costerians. Chakacha iwapi? Tunataka kuiona. Ehe. Asanteni. Thank you very much. You have made sure that everybody is included. Asante. Kuna mtu yote tumeacha nje? Meru? Meru tulidance. Eh? Meru mutadance. Give you a session to dance. Sawa. So with inclusivity of regions, we also have thematic representation in the house. We have human rights defenders who are working on women human rights defenders issues. We have human rights defenders who are working on governance. We have human rights defenders who are working on accountability. We have human rights defenders who are working on sexual minority issues. And our thing is that we need all human rights defenders to understand, to get to know what is the driving force behind a human rights defender doing work that is specific to women human rights defenders, but at the same time ensuring that all human rights violations do not go unnoticed or do not go people should understand that violations are violations. So we also recognize you. We thank you for the good work. And as you might see here in this beautiful projection that is on the projector today, we are having the 8th annual Human Rights Defenders Academy. When we were signing in, were we given a brochure? Imeandikwa nini hapo juu? Espan, can I get a copy? Imeandikwa nini? Sio hiyo. Si ile ilikuwa kwa bag, ile umepewa kwa mkono. Hiyo imeandikwa aje? Sio hiyo. Hii. Hiyo ni name tag. Hii. Yes. Si unisaidie nayo. Kila mtu ako na hii. Kama hauna, please, colleagues, the ushers in the room, please check everybody has this brochure. Ni nani hana? Please raise your hand upatiwe. There's someone there who doesn't have Njeri. Na hapa mbele. Na hapo next. There are several people who don't have. Mercy and Njeri, please ensure they are given. So, this is the 8th annual Human Rights Defenders Academy. Sawa sawa. 8th meaning there have been 7 before this one. Okay? And our theme is always, if we can go back to the first one in 2016, our theme has always been in line with equipping human rights defenders, either in skills, in knowledge, in networking. And in this particular 8th session, our theme is to equip human rights defenders with skills to safely protect the environment and human rights. Why environment? Why environment? What was happening in Kenya in September? What did Kenya host in September? I forget the dates, but early September. What was happening in this country for those of us who know? Sorry? Climate summit, right? If I was to ask around 10 people in this room who I know personally to stand up and tell us of the violations, of the atrocities that they have faced while fighting to ensure that Kenya and their communities specifically they are adhering to the environment laws and regulations the way they're supposed to be, people will start crying. But that is not my intention. Our intention for this session with regards to environment is to try and ensure that is in this room will at one point understand what environmental human rights is, why it is important, the challenges that human rights defenders are facing when they are fighting for environmental rights in this country, what are some of the best practices, and what is there for us to do as human rights defenders. Sawa sawa. So hii kitabu ni mzuri sana. Ukifungua huko ndani, you will see a lot of good pictures which were taken during the academies that we have had in the last 7 years. We thought it was important for us to document this. Number one, it is only 1 or 2 people who are with us who have been in previous cohorts of the Human Rights Defenders Academy. And we were very deliberate. We will tell you why 2 or 3 people came back. But this is usually a one-off opportunity for human rights defenders, because we understand if we were to open our database right now, we have over 10,000 human rights defenders across this country. And therefore, getting such spaces to come together as human rights defenders from across the country is usually difficult. Number one, because we are all busy doing a lot of work, but also the resources that go in it. So as the Defenders Coalition, we have taken it upon ourselves to make sure that at least once in a year, we bring together human rights defenders from all the 47 counties in this country. For what? For purposes of learning, for purposes of relearning, and for purposes of planning on how best to continue to champion for human rights. So I would kindly request, take your time when we are here to go through this booklet, get to understand what has the academy done to the previous cohorts. What are people saying that the academy changed their lives? But if you can allow me, I would want to read one impact story of a woman human rights defender who was part of the academy in 2022. And her name is Mwanasha Kaserego. She's doing a lot of good work in Kwale. But her testimony from last year's cohort was that the Human Rights Academy is a great place to be. I was happy to be part of last year's cohort. Skills gained are living within my community and organization. Long live Defenders Coalition. So, in short, what I have just said, it is up to you to make the best out of the academy, to make sure that you better the community that you're coming from. Sawa sawa. Ensure that you get the knowledge, the skills that are required for you to be able to continue with your work at the community level. But also, most importantly, get to network, get to understand and know what are other people doing in their different counties, and how can we work together to make sure that we are promoting and we are protecting human rights in Kenya as it is enshrined in the Kenyan constitution. With that said, I would want to introduce my colleague Ahmed Shire to come and share with us a tool that will enable us to work together during the course of the week. It's giving us the schedules of what is expected of us. When you were given your name tag, there was a small piece of paper inside. Mko nayo? We tried to make, number one, our programs are on our name tags. Sawa? But this is very brief and to the point. We have a tool. We're also trying to adhere to the environment. Tungeprint your program, ingekuwa pages and pages. But because technology is supporting our work, and we're also embracing technology internally, we have developed a tool that will help us to move. Ahmed, do we do that now, or We move to the next process and then you will come. Okay, sawa sawa. So Ahmed is trying to put his house in order. Once he's ready, he will come and take us through so that we are able to know and understand how the week looks like, where we are supposed to be at what time, and doing what. Sawa sawa. So without further ado, and because we are also looking at time to ensure that we keep time, I would want to invite the executive director of the National Coalition of Human Rights Defenders, Kamau Ngugi, to come and take us through the next session. For those of you who do not know Kamau Ngugi, I think his profile is in shed, but if it is not, I will attempt to say who Kamau Ngugi is. And Kamau, you will forgive me if I do not give the full picture, but I know I might give the correct picture. Kamau Ngugi has been a human rights defender in this country for over 25 years. He has fought for his country for very many years, and I know he will be happy with the next thing that I'm going to say, but it is the truth. He had to leave this country to go outside for exile because of fighting for the promotion and protection of human rights in this country. And when Kamau came back after 10 years, for those of us who have sat down with him and understood his journey of even how he came back, we are humbled because of what it took. He had to make a lot of sacrifices at personal level, sacrifices at family level, just to ensure that today human rights defenders can gather in such a room and discuss human rights without fear, without thinking that someone in this room is someone who is not supposed to be here, and therefore we are not supposed to be talking about human rights. For those of us who were born almost 10, 15 years ago, I know, you know, we couldn't have such opportunities to come in a space where we are almost 130 human rights defenders to discuss nothing else apart from human rights. But today, because of the sacrifices of people like Kamau and others who are in the room, I will let Kamau take that session. Because of people like Kamau and others who are like him, today we are enjoying these rights, which we should not take for granted. And I would also want to support you. During breaks, Mao, even lunchtime, have a word with him. Just try to understand what is your story. I know I've done justice, but Kamau, I want to request that you come. I know Bino had a special for you when you will be coming. So the people who are preparing this session, can I tell Kamau to come? Kamau, you
Sitasimama maovu yakitawala, sitasimama maovu yakitawala.
Kamau, you can now.
Ninasikabili kusasura takikuza sera.
How many of us know that song?
Nikufaana
Sitasimama maovu yakitawala, sitasimama maovu
yakitawala.
That is Kamau. Sawa sawa. Asante.
Bila kasha
Hapo umepaka mafuta sana. Eh? Watetezi mko poa? Watetezi hoye. Watetezi hoye. Ona baridi imetoka wapi tu tena saa hii? Nasikia kuna hata watu wajui ni wa Northeastern ama ni wa Eastern. Ama ni wa Rift Valley ama ni wa Nairobi. Jameni, kwani mko wapi? Anyway, this is a new Kenya. That's what we want. Cross boundary, transboundaries and all that. So my name, I've been introduced by Gloria as Kamau Ngugi. Mine is very, very simple. My role today is to become an MC for this session. The session where I'm going to only introduce very important people that have made our work possible, that have stood with us when things have been bad. But having said that, please, you will recognize that today we have a very, very special focus on environmental issues. Human rights defenders have always been at the forefront of defending all human rights. Sometimes we forget that we are also the same people who defend our environment. So I hope that we will have more time. If you look at your program, we'll have dedicated a whole session to understand who are human rights defenders, but at the same time, what are the issues? Why is it important to defend our environment? But if you're going to defend the environment, sometimes it is so clear, you and me know, that you're likely to step on other people's toes. And if you step on those toes, you know the reaction, and you're going to come to me. And I don't want you to come to Defenders Coalition. I want you to have prepared yourself with the right skills so that you are ready when bad things happen. But the most important thing, we want you to be focused in terms of how to defend human rights and to defend the environment when you are safe. I think that is, for me, that is the motto for this. And for that reason, we have partnered with people and organizations that believe in the protection of the environment and who also believe that when we have a good environment, we have better people. But at the same time, when we protect the rights of people, then we have a better environment. So I think I want us to have that conversation about the intersection of human rights and the environment. So that will be the first purpose for this event. Gloria has mentioned we've been here. This is the 8th time, not in the same room, but we've been meeting every year since 2016 as a team of human rights defenders. And I know that no one has been in the past who have come back here for the training because we keep equipping new people with skills. What happens is that during the year, we map and identify what are some of the issues that human rights defenders are faced with, and that is how we craft the theme for the trainings that will happen. And I can tell you for sure, not just because of the September conference that took place in Nairobi on environment, it is because of people that are engaged on environmental issues, whether they are dealing with forest issues, whether they are dealing with extractions, or whether they are dealing with oil, whether they are dealing with many things. There are challenges that human rights defenders are faced with. So this has become one issue, and we suspect that it's likely to be in the next 5 years. It's an issue that we all need to be concerned that as we need to defend our environment, but at the same time, we need to be safe and we need to protect the right of people who are dealing with the environment. In mind right now, I'm thinking of our good friends from the Senguel community that when we were trying when they who have lived in the forest, in the Ebo-Butte forest for many years, but then when there were some resources that came through to try to protect all the water towers there, instead of dealing with the people who are cutting down trees, they were the ones that were the first people to be removed. Just 4 weeks ago, I went to a place most of you have been maybe reading in the news, a place called the Mau Forest. And when I went to the Mau Forest, and this was not the first time because I've dealt with the issue of the indigenous community called what are they called? The Ogiek, the Ogiek community. Every time when it's planting season, I know that they're always being evicted. But this time around, they were not evicted during the planting season. They were evicted during the rainy season. Just when we were very proud as a country to start talking about taking the leadership within the continent and the world to be the people who are defending our environment. We need, for people to live safely, we need a secure environment, we need a safe environment, we need a clean environment. But unfortunately, the first group that was the target for removal from their traditional homes were the Ogiek people. What surprised me was the level of brutality. And I was wondering, isn't it possible to have human rights being respected at the same time we protect our environment? These people, when they have lived in the forest, they have lived with it, protected it, taken care of it. Why is this happening all of a sudden? Well, there were many, I asked people within the community, there were many whispers about the justification for their removal. Some people said, well, people are not happy with the African court's ruling that recognize that the right of the indigenous people to live within the forest. Other people started rumors that no, since the idea of money coming in for what we call carbon credits, then the Ogieki people are being considered as that group that is stopping us from getting the resources. Other people started saying, no, it has nothing to do with that. They are people for political reason who are saying, if my community is not being allowed to enter into the forest, even those people you call indigenous people need to be removed from the forest. So for me, is that please, we need to ensure that the human rights of people are protected while we are all protecting the forest, when you are protecting our resources, because they are ours. So here I am trying to encourage you and actually asking you as human rights defenders, think about your environment. Let's be the first people to protect it. But at the same time, start with the people that are being violated, whose rights are being violated because of the idea of this conservation. Please remember that. Now, but I was not supposed to come and preach. I was supposed to come and tell you that this academy is very important, not for you, but mostly for the people you work with at the community. That is why when you are selected, we will identify people who are very impactful at the community level. So if you know that you don't work with the community, if you know that your work is about yourself, please, let's meet up behind the tent, because we need to give you fare back home, because you're not supposed to be here. This is a space for people who are going to, if you get this skill, you're going to go to share it with 10 other people, if not 100 people, if not 1,000 people. Can you imagine if we are 120 people and we impacted 10 more people? You multiply that. But if you impacted 100 people, each person, if you multiply that, what if it's 1,000 people? You'll be talking about 120,000 people who have been impacted by this training. So please, it is not yours, it's for your communities. But our communities can only be better when you are good, isn't it? So this is your moment. I hope, please, you take this training very, very seriously, because it matters. It matters a lot. Now, most of the time when we come, we are so excited, we never remember to remind people who we are. So this time around, please, let me preach about the Defenders Coalition. All of you, I know you started with us, we work together. But Defenders Coalition, when it was started in 2007, it was because of your cries. It was because of your pain. You said that you are standing with other people, but as you're going through your work for protecting other people's rights, your rights are also being violated. You're getting sick, you're getting injured, you're becoming the target within the society of bad jokes. You're becoming a target of bad words from the politicians who believe that whatever you're doing, you're stopping them from achieving what they want to achieve, because they don't want to be monitored. So the purpose of setting up this mechanism was simple. The people that defend human rights need to be defended as well. And the plan of action that we developed had a number of points, but we prioritized or grouped all of them into a number of issues that became our programs. The first one is that no human rights defender need to be attacked. Therefore, because of doing the right things, therefore, what do? We say that, why don't we equip you with skills to learn how to do human rights work when you are safe? So in other words, we fight so hard that you're not a victim. However, you and me know that whatever you do, no matter how many trainings you go through, sometimes you can be a victim. That is why we also have a relocation mechanism for people who, because of their work at their communities, sometimes you have to temporarily remove you from where you are so that you are safe. Because we believe one defender who is safe is better than a defender who is dead, isn't it? And on that note, please allow me to recognize that among the people maybe who would be seated where you are are people now who actually are, whose photos are ahead of you. Their photos are standing, have been put in front of us. Please, when you have your moment, I would like you to walk through and look at the faces that are in front here. These are of human rights defenders that have been killed in the past, not because they committed a crime, but because they were defending human rights. Some of them are environmental defenders, others are land activists, others are activists that are dealing with issues of sexual orientation and gender identity. Killed just because they were doing the right thing. So you please, when you have a chance, take a moment, look at all these faces here, and know that whatever you do, it is important that you make sure that you are safe when you're doing this job. The other thing, we recognize that because of your work, you're likely to face legal challenges. And we know, and because I know, I've been there, that when you have been arrested, it's about you. It's not what you are doing. So that criminalization, we put mechanism to support you. That is why we still support many of you who are in this room. They'll tell you that they have criminal matters, but we have given them lawyers. We want you to know that we stand with you. But that does not mean please take yourself to a police station and say, hey guys, arrest me because DK and the team will come for me. Please know that let it be that thing that we must do when bad things have happened. We also ensure that, guys, and please, this one take very seriously, well-being is very important. Our resources in the last year have been going a lot to people who need psychosocial support. Because what is happening that we are working, we are on overdrive to protect other people. We don't recognize how it also impacts us. Please take time also to be sitting back, reflect, and also take a moment for your well-being. We would prefer that we don't spend that money for well-being, because it means that at that point you're coming to us. I mean, we would prefer not to send you to a counselor or to send you to a facility where we have to deal with your mental issues. I would prefer that you take your time instead to preempt that possibility by thinking about your well-being. But having said that, if things become bad, we'll be available for you. So please, guys, the reason why we sit here is to ensure that we do what we call preventive. The training is about preventing you from getting into harm's way. It is important. I'm not telling you that you stop doing human rights just because it's dangerous. I'm telling you it's our occupation. Human rights is an occupation. It's part of the occupation. Being faced with challenges. But please don't stop it. But please be careful. So for me, that is what I'm going to, and I'm requesting and actually begging you to always consider, please, whatever you do, defend human rights, but be safe. Tuko pamoja? Tuko pamoja? Are you sure mnataka wewe mimi niwe nakuja kutembea kwenu, nakuja mazishi? Eh? Kuna kitu sipendangi, lakini sometimes we don't have a choice hiyo ya kwenda mazishi. Unless ni lazima. Tafadhali tuzuie. So tafadhali attend all those classes, pay attention, and please commit yourself to go and impact 10 people, impact 100 people, or impact 1,000 people. So that when we come back, we shall be looking at this booklet and having your name in it in terms of the stories of impact, not the stories of how many times you've been arrested. We don't want the story of how many times you have been injured in the course of duty. If it happens, it will happen and we'll deal with it. Let's have the stories of impact. Anyway, when I was invited here, I was supposed to simply do this, invite the people that have done great work for us, who are made possible for us to be here. Please allow me to recognize that this convening is based on the historical support that we've had from some of our partners. We have Nyaguthi here from Natural Justice. I want to recognize the work that you guys, the partnership we're doing on the work on issues of environment and natural justice issues. I want to recognize that our partners who, I don't know if they're in the room today, the civil rights defenders, again, we have been partnering with them for a long time. They'll be part of the training in the academy. Please, you're going to meet them and we're going to appreciate that. But most importantly, I want to appreciate that when we were thinking about setting this mechanism for protecting human rights defenders, the first people that we went to were the people of Sweden. selling an idea, I'm telling you, is not easy. Walking to people and telling them, hey, you know, guys, we're trying to start an NGO called Defenders Coalition. Very few people care about that. They want to see something that's already on the move. They want to support an initiative that has already been tested. But I want to recognize and appreciate that when we worked with our concept to the Embassy of Sweden, they took it up and they said, we're gonna invest in you. We trust your idea. Please do not let us down. So please, the people of Sweden, on our behalf, I want you, when you convey, the ambassador is here, please convey our appreciation for the people of Sweden, because I know it is their taxes. It is their money, hard-earned money, that they spare to give other people so that they can impact other people's outside the world, very far away from Sweden where we are. So I want to appreciate you. I'll be inviting you here because you are a keynote speaker. Before then, please allow me to invite our partner Nyagodhi to briefly say a few words, and then I'll be inviting the ambassador. Please, Nyagodhi, karibu.
Tasies, Ueha, Shagala Bagale.
Good morning again, defenders, human rights defenders, and I'm also going to say my assumption here is every single one of you will identify as an environmental human rights defender as well. Is that right? Is that right? So all the EHRDs in the room, let me see your hands up. Double hands up. Excellent. Wonderful. So thank you, DK, and Defenders Coalition. This is such an honor for us as Natural Justice to be partnering with you this week in this academy. And you have put it so aptly in terms of the importance of the protection of the environment and the issues that are facing us as human rights defenders and as environmental human rights defenders right now and in this time. You were absolutely correct that in September there was the Africa Climate Summit and Africa Climate Week, which took over the imagination of Kenyans at that time. It was an incredible opportunity to amplify some of the issues that we have talked about for several years actually in this country. And right now we have a huge delegation in Dubai at the UNFCCC. We being the Kenyans are there in large numbers. The government is very well represented, and as are CSOs, private sector representatives as well. So it's such an opportune time for us to be discussing environmental protection, sustainability, and how that links to human rights, the human rights work that has brought us here this week. And so I really, really appreciate this opportunity for us as Natural Justice to be working here with you. We have a team. Some of my colleagues are here in the room right now. We will be joined for the rest of the week, and we'll be running a session which we think will be really important and helpful for you in order for communities to be able to understand the protection of the environment as we think about it, environmental justice, because it's not purely for the protection of the environment. We do not dream in green just for green's sake. For us, we demand that the protection must be based in both our constitution and in the Bill of Rights, our human rights laws and regulations, which is why we are very, very focused on environmental justice and climate justice. And that will be the session that we'll be running and working with you and learning with you and engaging with you on those issues beginning today and running through the rest of the week. When I was asked to speak today, I was invited not just as the director of the East Africa Hub for Natural Justice, but also in my capacity as well as the chair of the board of the Greenbelt Movement. which is one of truly the greatest honors of my life to be affiliated with that organization. I also sit on the board of trustees of the Wangari Maathai Foundation. These are two institutions that one of our premier environmental human rights defenders, the late Professor Wangari Maathai, founded. And her name and her legacy is invoked repeatedly. Isn't that correct? We still, to this day, 11 plus years after she passed away, continue to evoke her name, her legacy, and the lessons that she, and her values as well, and what drove her to be one of the world's best known environmental human rights defenders. And we continue to walk in those shoes. Those are big shoes for us to fill. But what I'm hoping is that with our week, with the session that we have with you this week, that what we will be is inspired and not intimidated. We shall be inspired and not have fear. That the opposite of the fear and intimidation and the lack of confidence and our belief in ourselves and our ability to be able to address the cutting issues of human rights and environmental rights will be something that her name and her legacy will help us this week. And so I just wanted to raise a few things that I was thinking about when I was invited to come in and give some opening remarks today. And one is to recognize, first of all, that we cannot separate the issue of environmental protection from human rights. DK said that earlier. It has been very clear. The Nobel Peace Prize that Prof won nearly 20 years ago in 2004 was a very clear recognition that we cannot protect our environment and have a sustainable environment and development without the recognition that peace and security and democratic governance is at the core of the work that we do as environmental human rights defenders. And that's what we're talking about here. We're driven by our Constitution. The phenomenal Constitution, the 2010 Constitution we have, recognizes a Bill of Rights and recognizes the rights of us as Kenyan citizens, as humans. But we know that without the respect of the rule of law, without good governance, without peace and security, which is what many of us are fighting for in different areas, without that, we're not going to have a clean, healthy environment today for us or in the future for our children and our children's children. December 10th, it's no accident, I think, that we have this academy in December. December 10th, 2004 was when the Nobel Prize, the Nobel Committee first recognized that link. And we should not be shy about it. We should not be shy as environmental human rights defenders to be in that lane, also talking about peace and security, also talking about good governance. And indeed, one of the things I want to challenge you in when we're thinking about the networks that each of us are in and the solidarity that we will provide to each other is that it's really important to think outside our narrow boxes, right? And to think across the issues that we are all working in. We don't all have to become experts in every single issue, every single human rights issue, but we must be able to recognize that when there is when women do not enjoy their rights, when there's the disenfranchisement of youth, when there's actually the criminalization of youth, for example, in our urban areas, that directly impacts our governance structures and that directly impacts our ability to protect the environment. So let's not create these silos, those are artificial. Let's work across these different thematic areas. We also know that our Constitution in Article 69 also recognizes not just the responsibility of the government and state organs to protect the environment, we also have a responsibility as citizens of Kenya to work with the government and other stakeholders to protect the environment. That is in our constitution. It is our responsibility. This is not something we do because it's necessarily fun. It's not something we do because we are purely mission driven. It is actually a requirement in our constitution. And therefore, for all of us to think of ourselves as human rights defenders, the connection to environmental human rights is the other side of the coin, right? Many of us know that we want for ourselves, we want to, and our children and our families, we want to have clean air, we want to be able to drink clean water, we want to make sure that our rivers are not poisoned so that when we're buying the Sukuma Wiki, it's already poisoned, and that is, a hop, step, and a jump away from diseases and illnesses that are impacting us all. But apart from thinking about our role as individuals, we think about and how to protect ourselves as individuals. We, of course, need to also think about how we impact the laws and the policies so that we can enjoy, as citizens of Kenya, a clean and healthy environment. This is indeed our right, but it is also our responsibility. When we're thinking about what does it mean and why are these linkages so important, that the Nobel Committee recognized the importance of peace and security and governance. It was something, and I really encourage all of you really to look at some of these past speeches that Prof gave over the years. But it was very clear that not only is peace a precursor to a clean and healthy environment, not only is security a precursor to us being able to protect our right to a healthy environment, it is also very clear that in societies where there isn't a respect for human rights and governance, you will see the destruction of the environment. That is very, very clear. But what does that mean in terms of us as individuals here in Kenya from the 47 counties? There are nearly 130 of us in the room. What does that mean for us when we're looking at not just our own laws, right? But we're also thinking about the laws, our regional laws, our policies, and international global frameworks. Like we said, there is the UNFCCC, also known as the Climate COP, is happening in Dubai right now. And DK happened to mention, he's also talked about this issue, which is a really hot button issue around the sharing of resources, the equitable distribution of resources, including, right, this new carbon markets that we're just now developing our laws and regulations around that. It's very clear, very obvious, even for us, that there has been so much conflict in our country is driven by fight over resources. Our country, our continent is incredibly rich in natural resources, but it's very clear that we do not have equitable sharing of the resources. And therefore, important that we think about that issue of the distribution of resources and how that is going to be equitable and fair for us, the communities that we work with, both within our counties and across the country. And so how we're going to do that is through learning and sharing and training. At Natural Justice, one of the things, the bread and butter of our work is legal empowerment. We work with communities, with members of communities, and we have several partners who are here with us in the room. We work on helping communities know the law, right? Very important that you will know the law so that you know how to use it to defend yourselves and to defend your communities, And also, the third pillar is to shape the law so that the law works for you and your communities and not against you. And if it's not working for you, we must change it. But you won't know how to do that until you understand it. And that's what we were saying this week is about, right? It's about that training, it's about the empowerment so that we have the courage, the confidence to be able to speak with knowledge and with credibility and to engage in these matters. I think the last thing that I wanted to say, and which has been raised, and Gloria was raising it, I think at the very beginning, talking about these networks that we need to be able to, and I see I'm getting an indication that it's time for me to wind up, so a couple of minutes. And in terms of the networking that's really important for us to do, this is such a brilliant session to have here. So kudos and congratulations to Defenders Coalition to bring over 100 individuals from across the country. I want to also challenge you as well that as you're thinking about your role as defenders on human rights, to do the opposite of what many of our children tell us. Many of our kids will tell us, stay within your lane, right? Don't cross over, just focus on what you know. Don't dabble in things that you're not very aware of and not very familiar with. I'm going to challenge that because when I think about how some of our key human rights defenders, examples in this country, and again, I will raise Professor Madai, they absolutely did not stay in their lane ever. She figured out, and with the Greenbelt movement, figured out that we cannot be just planting trees if our country is destroyed by corruption and poor governance and total disrespect of the rule of law. She talked about the importance of debt relief and debt cancellation, because if our economies are completely destroyed, how is it that we're going to be able to work with the community members that we work with back in our communities when individuals don't even know where their next meal is coming from, when our countries are destroyed, when our countrysides are destroyed, when our livelihoods are destroyed? So I want to suggest that we don't stay in our lanes. Think outside the box. Think about how you create solidarity. It's incredible that Defenders Coalition has an entire award on recognizing global solidarity. Because as human rights defenders in Kenya, we should feel absolutely entitled and legitimately, credibly can comment on issues that are affecting our human rights in this country, but also around the world. DK talked about the issue of wellness and how challenging it is, and this has been a difficult year for us, right? And how challenging it is for us to continue our work when we're feeling battered and the sense of hope is not there. But we give each other hope in these types of networks. But I also want to suggest you want to think about what's happening, not just here in Kenya. We've got to think about and have an opinion on and have a say on what's happening outside our counties, even outside Kenya. As human rights defenders, we absolutely should care about the genocide that is happening in Sudan. We absolutely should care about the devastation that is being caused by the extraction of natural resources in the Congo. We absolutely should be very worried about the threat to the Congo Basin. There is no reason why we should not have an opinion. It will empower us as well. We should absolutely have an opinion on what's going on in other parts of the world. This is not just a privilege of those from wealthy countries. It is our privilege and our obligation too. And it will give us hope, it will give us empowerment to be able to speak about issues here, issues in the Middle East, issues in Europe, issues in the US. That's our responsibility. Let's also build this solidarity as well, both internally and across our borders. And on that, I will want to wish you all a very, very excellent, productive, and fruitful week here. And we look forward to working with you all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nyagodhi. You've been reminded, please be inspired, don't be intimidated. I think for me that's quite profound. Now, time is not on our side, but let me just say that it's a great honor to invite our chief guest, our great partner, the Embassy of Sweden, as I mentioned, trusted us with resources to set up this Secretariat for the Defenders in Kenya. Since that time, when we talk about 15 years of defending human rights, we have walked the same journey with the Embassy of Sweden in Kenya. So I want to really take this opportunity to really thank you, Hannah, Ambassador Caroline. I want to thank you so much for the investment that you've done for these people here, to the extent that 8 years later, we've been meeting to equip these people with skills. We have also been supporting these people with, whenever they were at risk, these are the same people who benefit from the support that you give. So please, as I welcome you, I want to also pass great respect to the people of Sweden for their taxes. Asante and karibu sana. Ambassador Caroline. Tumkaribishe Ambassador.
Sitasimama maovu yakitawala, sitasimama maovu yakitawala.
Good morning. I don't think we have any protocols here, do we? No. I respect you all. All protocols respected and observed. So my name is Caroline Vicini. I am the ambassador of Sweden in Kenya since 3 years back. I'm on my 4th year here. And it is a true pleasure to see you all. As Kamau has just said, Sweden has been a supporter of this organization since you didn't even have an office, and you were the first of these sessions were in a tent somewhere. I'm not doing the daily work on this. It's Hanna Karlsson, who just stood up there, who is the officer at the embassy, who is in regular contact with Kamau, Gloria, and the other people in the staff. We have also been, or Hanna has been, the chairperson of the Human Rights Working Group, which joins a number of countries that are supporting human rights in Kenya. And as we were there, the last 2 years, we hosted the Human Rights Defenders Gala at the Swedish residence. This year you will be at the Danish residence, and I think that is quite significant because the Nordic countries are usually the supporters of human rights work in the countries where we are present. So as we have been through the geography of Kenya here in detail this morning, I thought just to place Sweden for you. I'm not sure everyone is familiar with where Sweden is. It's a European country. We are in the far north of Europe with our neighbors that are Finland, Norway, Denmark. Iceland is a little bit more, it's an island out in the Atlantic Sea, halfway to the United States. We have we have a big neighbor that is Russia, and therefore a lot of focus in our part of the world has been the Russian attack on Ukraine that you might have heard of, because it has given repercussions all the way to Kenya and the rest of Africa. And that was really a question of international law, human rights. That was a sovereign country that was bluntly attacked by another. No other explanations are necessary. It was an attack on the Ukrainian people, on the Ukrainian government, on the Ukrainian sovereignty. So that is where we are, and we are lucky. We have in our country, we have enjoyed human rights for quite a while. That doesn't mean, and I think that is an important notion, that human rights or the respect of human rights is some kind of final stage in existence, that your final objective that you're working with. There is a continuous fight for human rights, also in my country, because there are always things happening that challenge the rights of the individuals. So the problems might not be as big as they are here, but they continue. It's not something we get rid of. It's like in medicine or whatever. I mean, we have very good healthcare in Sweden. It doesn't mean that people do not get sick. It is a continuous fight. But it is very important that that fight is kept up. And a vibrant civil society is the guarantee for the respect of human rights. Ideally, it should be also the government working on it and respecting human rights and working on the respect for human rights. But the I would say necessary partner is the civil society. So I congratulate you all to be able to come here this week and to be able to network, as been pointed out by Gloria. I think that is extremely important because it's always good to have others to pull on when you are in a tough situation. And it's also with others that you can get joy out of your successes, because things are always, everyone is also encountering successes. And that is nice to be able to celebrate those joys. I don't know if you're aware, but a quite famous human rights defender has been celebrated in Sweden this week, and that is Phyllis Omido. She got the Right to Livelihood Award in Stockholm this past week. I think it was 2 days ago. And this is an award that was established in the 80s by a Swedish-German person who has made a fortune, and he wanted to give the money to the Nobel Foundation to have a prize for social justice and the defense of the environment, exactly these two themes that we are talking about here today. The Nobel Foundation said, no, we already have the Peace Prize. We don't need to multiply these prizes. Then he said, okay, I'll establish my own prize. And that has been going on since then. And by that, Gloria has joined another two ladies from Kenya. Wangari Maathai has also got a prize in 1984. And Deka Ibrahim Abdi got the prize in 2007. She's maybe a little bit less known, but she was a person working in peace and conflict resolution. And unfortunately, she passed some years ago, I think in a road accident. But these three ladies now have represented Kenya among these many laureates of the Right Livelihood Foundation. And we had the chance to meet Phyllis before she left. She came for lunch at my residence, and it was interesting to talk to her about her first fight, which was against these factories that were extracting lead from car batteries, and how that made people sick, and how she was fighting the establishment of these factories in her own neighborhood, but also in other places. Now she has turned to nuclear power. You might know that the government has a plan to build a nuclear plant in Kilifi, and that is what her fight is around today. I try to encourage her to start a fight against artisanal mining, which to my mind is one of the most dangerous activities anyone can undertake. It is for certain that if you work with that, you get poisoned yourself and that you destroy the environment around you. And I think that is where we today are talking, why it's so interesting to talk about climate justice and environmental justice, because that's the crossroads where you will find yourselves. People who are saying, oh, I do this because I want to survive. But at the same time, they destroy the environment for so many others. And that is a very difficult trade-off between the right of the individual to find something to survive and feed their family from, and the needs of the larger community around. Kamau was speaking about the forest, the water towers. I think everyone in Kenya knows how important the forests are for the climate here and for getting the rain, and the rain that is feeding the population. However, people are allowed to go in and put up mice fields inside the forests. They're allowed to get in and take down trees to make charcoal. And they do that under the pretext of their own survival. But actually, there is another level of responsibility that we all have, and that is towards the rest of society. And it always upsets me in a country that is talking about the lack of water every day, and you come to a nice stream coming out from a mountain or a forest. What is the first thing you see? You see a Boda Boda driver washing his motorcycle in this water. What does it mean for the people living downstream? There are these irresponsible behaviors that has to be taken care of and explained to people who don't seem to understand it. That people are, by their irresponsible behavior, under the pretext that this is their way to survive, destroying the future and the environment for others. And I think this is a collective responsibility that you will need all to work on. I mean, you cannot sort of delegate that to a specific little group of environmental defenders, because this is about the survival of the whole country and of the communities around. We are also quite engaged, not only on the human rights side, but on the climate and environmental side in Kenya, and working quite closely, both with the government, but also particularly with young people who are working on these issues. And Kenya has very many young, very bright climate defenders that also work internationally. So I thought it was important to underline this because it seems like that is not something that is close to many of the fights that you are into, if it is against disappearances, women's rights, gender-based violence, HBTQI issues, etc. But I think this is a collective responsibility that everyone has to take, and it is important for the survival of this country and for the survival of each and every community, because most people live a very local life. They are where they are, and they have to survive in that environment. And if we are allowed to destroy it today and continue to destroy it, there will be nothing for the children, and there will be nothing for us all when we get older. So I am really happy that you are here, that you're able to, during this week, to get so many new knowledges, new encounters, and we are very happy to contribute to that. And as I say, that's not me, it is the Swedish taxpayer. In this day when we all discuss taxes in this country, in a country with a well-functioning tax system, you know, this is what can happen. You can, when the government takes in taxes and they use them rightly, you can also help others. And that is, so you are here thanks to my brother, my sister, my best friend, their taxes that they are paying. And me, myself, of course, I'm also paying taxes. So I hope to be able to see you on Friday afternoon at the Danish Embassy. And until then, have a good week and take out every minute of this week together and connect with each other. And see you a bit later. Thank you.
Sitasimama maovu yakitawala.
Thank you so much, our speakers. Thank you, Kamau, for the good work. Thank you, Kamau, for the good work. Nyagothie, thank you so much. We have a slogan for the week: inspired and not intimidated. Sawa sawa? Tumepewa slogan. What's the slogan? Thank you so much. Carol, thank you so much. To you, Hannah, thank you for coming and joining us. Now, my colleagues have told me there are a few things that I need to bring to our attention. Number one, our safety and security when we are in such a place is very, very important to us. And therefore, we have two very critical things that we need us to keep in mind. The first one is how many of us have done security management training? I'm glad it is only a handful, because you know what? That is what you're going to learn this week. But one thing that I will start teaching us from now, we are not going to reveal where we are. Sawa? Hii ni siri yetu ya watu 130 for now, until next week when it will become public knowledge. The reason why we are bringing this to your attention is because we know we are all tech savvy. Sindio? How many of us have smartphones? How many of us are on social media? Or X? How many of us are on X? How many of us are on Facebook? Instagram? TikTok? I know you will be tempted to put these things on those platforms. The good news is it is very, very okay. Very okay for you to do that. And my instructions are clear and simple. Please take out your phone. Iko na camera. Iko na camera. Please take out your phone. I'm also taking out mine. I have mine on my hand, but I'm going to the camera. Please take out your phones. I'm not seeing people with their phones on their hands. Go to selfie. We all know how to take a selfie. Sioni watu na simu, please take a selfie. Take a selfie. Take a selfie. Take a selfie. At least mine has the coalition's logo, so I'm lucky. I have taken a selfie. And then, this is what we are going to do. We are going to go on X, which is Twitter. We are going to go on Instagram. We are going to go to Facebook. We are going to go to TikTok. And we are going to tweet. We are going to share stories and say that we are attending the 8th Annual Human Rights Defenders Conference, with a very big caveat. You will not tell people where you are. Okay? That is for our security. We can tell people where we are at from Saturday when we are leaving, but for today, for the whole of this week, please tweet, retweet, share stories on Instagram, on Facebook, on TikTok, but do not say where you are. And then importantly, I have just been told that we are actually trending on X on number 1. Sawa? And the hashtag we are trending with is hashtag HRD Academy 2023. Kwa hivyo, if you are a social media warrior, advocacy yako on social media iko tops. Please go on that platform right now and tweet and tweet and tweet and retweet. You can follow the Defenders Coalition on X, on Defenders KE. You can follow us on Instagram, Defenders KE. You can follow us on Facebook. We have a page and a profile, Defenders Coalition, and the other one is NCHRD Kenya. And then on TikTok, we are Defenders KE. The reason we are doing this is the importance of people worldwide, globally, to know the importance of human rights defenders in any given country, in any given continent. So therefore, let us take the opportunity to let people know that this time round, when we are in the 16 days of activism, there are human rights defenders somewhere who have gathered to connect, to re-energize, and to know each other. And then I would like to, there's a very important section of people that I did not ask to come and to introduce themselves. And because I did not do that, I would kindly request that my colleagues to please run up front here, because for you, I need people to know who you are, where you are at, so that in case someone needs any support, you are able to support them. My colleagues, some of you are still seated. Run, 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 run. Time is out. We don't have time.
Buffalo soldiers, dreaded like Rasta. It was a buffalo soldier in the heart of America, stolen from Africa, brought to America, fighting on arrival.
We are a big, small team, right?
Fighting for survival.
Of energetic people, and today I don't know why they're letting me down. They are not happy.
Your history. And you would.
So, this is the Defenders Coalition team, the team that has ensured we are here today. People who will ensure that this week we are up and running. So the reason why I have requested all of them to come here, we will not be in these beautiful blouses and shirts every day. The reason why I want you to mark all of our faces is because if you need any help, these are the people that you reach out to in this week. And then we can quickly say our names and the programs that we are running, and then we can continue. I'll start here.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Anne Owinga. I work at the Defenders Coalition under programs. I'm the Wellness and Protection Officer.
Good morning. I'm Evelyn Mawia. I'm the Procurement Officer, Defenders Coalition.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Wanjiru Irungu. I'm a project officer coordinating the academy.
Good morning. My name is Sheila Kirui. I work in the communication department, and I'm happy to see all of you. Welcome.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Joyce Njeri. I work at Defenders Coalition as an accountant. Karibuni.
Morning, everyone. My name is Edward Alieth. I work at Defenders Coalition as admin assistant.
Yeah. Good morning, everyone. Yeah, my name is Solomon Jiru. I work at the Defenders Coalition as the grants officer. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Amolena Kech. I work at Defenders Coalition, sorry. As a office assistant, sorry. And we welcome you all. Right. Hi, watetezi hoye. Watetezi hoye. My name is Masinzomo. I'm in charge of finance. Karibuni.
Good morning, everyone. Viva, comrades, viva! My name is Espen Modoni. I work with this awesome team, leading protection and wellness as a protection and wellness manager.
Morning, everyone. I am Rachel Mudhoni. I support ICT department.
Good morning. I'm Lucy Ayeko, a project officer, leading documentation of women human rights defenders violations. Karibuni sana.
Morning, everyone. My name is Samombo Derek. I support the finance department. Karibuni.
Morning, everybody. Viva, comrades, viva. Viva, comrades, viva. My name is Obino Nyambane. I work under the Research, Advocacy, and Communication Department. Nani wanatu follow on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, kote kote. Hiyo ndio kazi sana tunafanya katika coalition, mambo ya advocacy. Thank you so much and I'm glad to have all of you here.
Yeah, the rest of you can go except for Ahmed because he needs to take us through SHED.
Good morning, everyone. FIFA, comrade FIFA. FIFA, comrade FIFA. My name is Ahmed Shire. And I work at Defenders Coalition, which is a national coalition of human rights defenders. I am an ICT manager and also a digital security trainer. I'm very happy to be here. So,
Okay, Ahmed, you'll do that immediately after tea break. Okay, thank you. Now, because of time, we want to ensure we at least get a group photo with the ambassador before she leaves. We kindly request that, Obino, we are going down or here for the group photo downstairs. We are kindly requesting that we all go down. That's also where we are going to have our tea break. We take a group photo there. We have tea, and then we make sure that we are back here by 11 o'clock. So you'll lead us, Esban and the team. Please show us where we are going, and I would like us to be very quick because we have lost some time. So we all go throughout that door. Please, quickly.
A lone soldier in the heart of America, stolen from Africa, brought to America. Said he was fighting for right to path, fighting to survive. Said he was a lone soldier in the war for America. Said he soldier
Right into the land. Oh, it ran and then you more to hand. Right into the land. He was the Buffalo soldier in the war for America. One soldier to the Rasta, fighting in a rival, fighting for survival, driven from the rain to the heart of the Caribbean. Buffalo soldier, dreadlock Rasta. It was a buffalo soldier in the heart of America, stolen from Africa, brought to America, fighting on a rival, fighting for survival. You know your history, and you would where you're coming from. You would think that I'm just a people soldier in the heart of America, stolen from Africa, brought to America. Said he was fighting on a rival, fighting for survival. Said he was a people soldier in the war for America. I said it. One soldier tried into the land. Oh, hit him with the ran, and then you want to hand right into the land. Yeah. He was a lone soldier in the war for America. One soldier to the Rasta, fighting an rival, fighting for survival, driven from the rain. Soldier, little Rasta. It was a buffalo in the heart of America, stolen from Africa, all to America, fighting on the river, taking for survival. Your history, you would where you're coming from. You would think that I'm just the heart of America, stolen from Africa, brought to America. Said he was waiting on a arrival, waiting for survival. Said he was a people soldier, the war for America. I said it. One soldier right into the land. Oh, sit him around and then you want a hand right into the land. Was the buffalo soldier in the war for America. One soldier treated like Rafa, fighting an rival, fighting for survival. Driven from the rain to the heart of the Caribbean. Singing, Buffalo soldier, dreaded like Rasta. It was a buffalo soldier in the heart of America, stolen from Africa, brought to America, fighting an arrival, fighting for survival. With you into your history, and you would where you're coming from. You would think that I'm just a people soldier in the heart of America, stolen from Africa, brought to America. Said he was waiting for waiting for survival. Said he was a people soldier in the war for America. Said it. One soldier right into the land. Oh, sit him around and then you want a hand right into the land. Was a soldier in the war for America. One soldier treated like Rafa, fighting an rival, fighting for survival. Driven from the rain to the heart of the Caribbean. Singing, Buffalo soldier, red like a Rasta. It was a buffalo soldier in the heart of America. Hey, yeah, yeah. Buffalo soldier, red like a Rasta. It was a buffalo soldier in the heart of America, stolen from Africa, all to America, fighting an arrival, fighting for survival. You know your history, and you would where you're coming from. You want them to act. So you would think that I'm just a tickler in the heart of America, stolen from Africa, brought to America. Said he was waiting for a rival, waiting to survive. Said he was a Brooklyn soldier in the war for America. I said it. Oh, yo, yo, yo. Follow the soldier, running to the land. Oh, sit him around and then you want a hand, right into the land. Follow the soldier in the war for America. Follow the soldier, treated like a Rasta, fighting an rival, fighting for survival. Driven from the main to the hard time to carry beyond. Buffalo soldier, red like a Rasta. It was a buffalo soldier in the heart of America, stolen from Africa, all to America, fighting an arrival, fighting for survival. You know your history, and you would where you're coming from. You would think that I'm just a different soldier in the heart of America, stolen from Africa, brought to America. Said he was waiting on the right path, waiting to survive. Said he was a chicken soldier in the war for America. I said it. Yo, 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 yo. Follow those trying into the land. Oh, sit him around and then you want to hand right into the land. Yeah. He was a Buffalo soldier in the war for America. Buffalo soldier to the Rasta, fighting an rival, fighting for survival, driven from the rain to the hard time to carry me on. It is Buffalo soldier, dreaded like a Rasta. It was a Buffalo soldier in the heart of America, stolen from Africa, brought to America, fighting an arrival, fighting for survival. If you know your history, and you would coming from, you would think that I'm just one soldier in the heart of America, stolen from Africa, brought to America. He said he was waiting on a rival, waiting for a trial. He said he was a chicken soldier, the war for America. Said it. One soldier trying to the land. Oh, hit him around and then you want to hand right into the land. Yeah. He was a Buffalo soldier in the war for America. Buffalo soldier to the Rasta, fighting an rival, fighting for survival.
We settle down. Those of us who are outside, if you had taken your colleague's number, mwambie tunaanza session. Ahmed, is Ahmed here? Obino, please ask Ahmed to come so that he can start. So, as people are trying to settle in, what we shall be doing next is number one, kila mtu amepata bag. Kila mtu ako na bag ya green. Kila mtu ako na bag ya green. Mwenye hana tafadhali anione sasa hivi. Nimtume kwa one of my colleagues ampatie. Hiyo bag umeiangalia ndani? Iangalie inakaaje. Zile vitu ziko ndani, sio bag yenyewe vile inakaa. Tumewajenga, tunawaangalia. Our main goal is to ensure that we take care of you. Tunajua kuna wengine mulipack, mukasahau toothbrush, sisi tulikumbuka on your behalf. Tukasahau toothpaste, sisi tukakumbuka on your behalf. Uko nayo, si ndio? Madada zetu, your dignity pack iko hapo, just in case utainit. Si tumeangalia maslahi? Kuna vitabu hapo ndani usome. Alafu kila mtu ako na kitabu ya black. Hebu toa hiyo kitabu ya black. Kitabu ya black. Good. Fungua. Ukifungua tu hivi page ya kwanza unaona nini? Sorry? About us. Hiyo page ingine. Wimbo wa mapambano, si ndio? Leo asubuhi tuliimba wimbo wa mapambano hapa. Wangapi walikuwa na sing along? Watu kidogo. Sasa si by Thursday jioni nione mikono zote juu. Si ndio? So we've made your life easy. The lyrics of the mapambano song iko kwa kitabu. This is the anthem for human rights defenders. It speaks to the struggles that human rights defenders have had to go through, but most importantly, to remind us of why we are doing what we are doing. Sawa sawa. So on Thursday, I sometimes I facilitate sessions, serious. After every session, I try to give people assignments. So kwa hii session ya leo, my assignment is very simple. On Thursday evening, when we will be together again, I would want all of us to be singing along the Mapambano song. One thing that we will be doing every morning in our classes is that we will be starting with this anthem. Okay? It will help us, it will rejuvenate us, it will help us to get some clarity in the work that we are doing. And then I think I will run through the program as Ahmed is trying to set up. So immediately after this, after Ahmed takes us through the shed, we shall be having a panel discussion. We shall be having a panel discussion that will be led by our partners, Natural Justice, and our main focus will be environmental justice, why it is important, and we will get to hear stories of lived experiences of environmental human rights defenders and some of the concerns that they have gone through. And then from 2 o'clock, we are hoping that we will go for lunch at 1 p.m. And then at exactly 2 o'clock, we'll come back here. S-Ban confirm we are coming back here? Yes. Sawa. We'll come back to first floor. By the time we are going for lunch, we'll have told you. Kamau indicated the importance of wellness and well-being for human rights defenders. That is a very key strategy in our institution. And therefore, this afternoon, we have dedicated it to our wellness and our well-being. We have 2 very strong facilitators who are going to guide us through our wellness. But the good thing is throughout the week, we are going to have a wellness room. The wellness room will be at the hotel. We shall again give details of where it will be by the end of the session this afternoon, where when you feel you need somewhere to go and breathe, that is where you will go, and there will be someone there throughout. But we really hope that we will make use of them, of that facility from 4 o'clock, because also one thing that we are very deliberate on is to ensure that we keep time. We keep time so that I have heard already people have said we told people to come with gym clothes. There's a gym, the other side of at the hotel, there's a gym, and you can access the gym at any time you feel like. And then we also have a swimming pool, which you can access at no cost. Defenders Coalition has tried to ensure that this week, human rights defenders who have come here have left their problems in their different counties. This week is all about me, myself, and I seated here. Sawa. Every other day we take care of people. This time we want to take care of ourselves. Sawa. So after we will have the wellness sessions through the week, and then in terms of classes, when we end at 4 o'clock, we shall tell you tomorrow morning when you wake up, which class you will be going. You're ready now? Ahmed will take us through SHED right now. I think you start taking out your phones.
Thank you so much, Gloria. So, my name is Ahmed. I think I will go through step by step how we can actually have SHED in our phones. I hope everyone has a smartphone, right? And then we have internet. Let's use this internet. There's a internet we have in this premises, which is a Wi-Fi Holiday Inn, and the password is holiday. Who's moving? Yes. Can we all connect to the internet? Yes, sorry? Yes. So make sure you have internet first. And then once you have the internet on your phone, just go to your Play Store, Google Play Store, and then you just search. Yeah. If you have iPhone, you can use App Store. Same as when you're downloading any app in your phone, you go to Play Store and then you download, right? So you just search SHED. SHED. And SHED appears on SCHED. Can you see this? I'm actually pointing. Are we all? Can you see the screen? SCHED. SHED.
S C H E D.
Yeah.
And I can hear someone asking for the password of the Wi-Fi. We go back.
So let me go back. This is the password. Holiday.
Holiday.
At,
Yeah, actually, it's on the walls in the room. Sava. So you've seen SHED.
did you search SHED? Did you find? Yes, just install. Download that app in your phone. I know it takes some process, but once you download the application in your phone, the next step is next slide. The next step is I think So the next once you have the application, you search Annual Human Rights Defenders Academy 2023. Just search Annual Human Rights Defenders Academy 2023. Actually, you will see this. Sorry? Yes. So are we all, have you managed to download the application? SHED. Bado. Because, yeah. So how many people have managed to download successfully? Just raise your hand if you have the application in your phone. It's loading, huh? Okay. So we just go through, and then later we will have a digital desk where we can actually provide a support. Huh? But So you see here, this is the screenshot of the application. Once you download, there's a part where you can search. So you just search Annual Human Rights Defenders Academy 2023. Once you click there, it will ask you a password, right? So this is the password now. Academy 2023, A capital. Academy 2023, A capital. Same time, if you will receive a notification in your email, still you can create account using that process step by step in your email. We have already sent you an email through Shed. But now, if you have the application, then you can use this one, Academy 2023. Is the password working? Is it working? Good.
Okay. So thank you.
Yeah. So I think if you have any technical challenge, maybe we have a digital desk where we can actually give you a support if you have any problem for logging in. You can see me later. So
Thank you so much, Ahmed. We totally understand because of time and even internet. We might not all be in a position to download right now, but I think we have more internet in the room. You have, eh? So to make our work easy, we have a digital help desk downstairs. So in case you have tried to download Shed and you're not logging in, please just reach out to Ahmed, but not during the session. Ahmed and the ICT team will be downstairs at the digital help desk. They will sort you out from there. Shed is actually giving us a lot of information of what is happening in the academy. It has the full program. It has information on what we are going to train about. And as we proceed, immediately after we finish sessions, we will be uploading the content that has been trained in class. And then also, apart from that, we also have a very big team that is leading us in terms of the training sessions. The trainers themselves are here, and rapporteurs who are documenting everything that is happening both here and in our individual classes. So Shed, the reason why we want you to have Shed is because you will have it anywhere at any given time. It will tell you where you are supposed to be at what time and doing what. It is a tool that it is a tool that helps us to schedule ourselves so that we are able to keep time. Sawa sawa. So immediately you're set up, believe you me, your work will be very, very easy. Sawa, but I think I have given us how today looks like until 4 o'clock. And then 4 o'clock again, we shall be back to tell us how tomorrow will look like, and Wednesday and Thursday. But two critical things that I would want us to do today. Number one, everybody has signed in, right? You have, when you were coming in downstairs, you have registered and you have given us your correct names as they read in your national ID. Yes? Confirm? And then number two, no, that one is the one that is very, very important for now. So if you know you haven't registered, please, some of my colleagues are still downstairs. Please go there and make sure you register. And now, we want to now start engaging and getting to understand how human rights defenders are working in their different localities. What are some of the challenges that they are facing, and how can we support each other? But I would like to give a story for only 2 minutes. When were we in Isiolo? Sorry? Which month? Amina, when were we in Isiolo? In May? Sawa. Kamau tried to put a picture of the work that we do. I want to give you a lived reality. In May 2023 of this year, we were in office doing our work. We received a call. I really hope everybody is listening. We received our call from our helpline, 0716 200 100. Sawa? We received a call that there is a woman, human rights defender, who has been arrested in Isiolo. And the reason for her arrest was because she was agitating for community land in Isiolo, somewhere called Marti. And not only in Marti town, further inside. We tried to get a lot of information. Why? Because we were told this person has been told to call the coalition because they have been told the coalition will bail them out. Coalition supports activists who have been arrested because of their work, and they have been told to call us. So, of course, we tried to gather more information. But what struck us was the amount of bail that this particular woman had been given. They had been given a bail of 1.5 million. Thank you. 1.5 million. So the shock that you guys have is the same one that we had. We tried to probe and we got a lot of information of why this particular person was arrested. A woman, and when we asked for the charge sheet, there are very glaring things that we saw. We saw that this one person had stolen 300 bags of cement. Sawa? One woman had stolen 3 bags of cement in a multinational company. Akiwa peke yake. That for us brought something out. We decided to go to Marti to find out why this particular person. But before we went to Marti, there were interventions that we did from Nairobi. Number one, we got a lawyer who made sure that an appeal was filed and the bail terms were reviewed. But also, during this process, we got to hear a lot of human rights violations that are happening in Isiolo. That person is here today. And the thing that I have not told you is this particular woman, when she was being arrested, and the claim was that she had stolen 300 bags of cement and many other things for construction, she had a baby on her back. So we were trying also to put into perspective a woman carrying a baby in her back. How can she steal 300 bags of cement? Even carrying 1 bag of cement with a baby in your back is unimaginable. Huyu amekewa 300. Those are some of the things that human rights defenders today sit in this room and they are facing. Amina, tafadhali simama, usalimie watu. This is Amina. We should get time in our program and get to hear Amina's story. Sawa sawa. She's an environmental human rights defender. It does not end with Amina. There is Hamida in the room. If Hamida was to tell you the things she has gone through as an... Thank you, Amina. If Hamida was also to tell you what she has gone through as an environmental human rights defender in Kwale, so many things. So what I'm also trying to tell us is, let us step out of our comfort zones. Let us get an opportunity to sit with these human rights defenders and get to hear what stories people have in this room. I'm sure I don't know half of the stories that are in this room, but I would want to hear so that by the end, by the time we are closing on Thursday, we are in total agreement of what we are going to do to ensure that we promote and protect the human rights in this country. That was a setting for the next discussion because it is going to open up and give us more information. So on that note, I would like to call Hilda from Natural Justice, who's the one who's curating this session, taking us through and giving us an understanding of what environmental justice in Kenya looks like and what are some of the opportunities that we have as human rights defenders to support the cause. Hilda, thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Hilda Njoki, as you've heard. I come from Natural Justice, and I'll be facilitating this session. I want us to watch a little bit of a documentary that we made as Natural Justice. It's called Protecting Tomorrow, and we'll just watch a snippet of it, and I hope you'll get to watch more of it once we are done. You can find it on YouTube. It's called Protecting Tomorrow. It's capturing the experiences of environmental human rights defenders in 4 countries, that is Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, and Madagascar, and the experiences they have grown through. I hope you enjoy.
Region is now being disrupted as they stand firm in their convictions. The Embabut forest in Kenya's Rift Valley is one of the largest uninterrupted forests. This meant that the Sengwer, an indigenous community who had called this part of the world home for more than a century, had to find alternative homes.
It looks like a forest, but it's not forested to us. It is a land that is forested to Sengwer community. That is what it means to Sengwer community.
The right of the Sengwer to their land in Embabut is protected by the Constitution of Kenya, which defines ancestral land and lands traditionally occupied by hunter-gatherer communities as community lands. Government-ordered evictions of these communities continue to separate them from their spiritual and cultural practices in the forest and putting their very culture at the risk of disappearing forever. The Kenya Forest Service, a statutory body mandated to conserve and manage all forests in Kenya, has been carrying out forced evictions in Embabut since 1980s, burning houses, displacing hundreds, injuring many, and even killing.
I asked one of my father, why are they burning us and the houses in the other side are not burned? So they are telling me that government gazetted our forest, our home as forest. And we were forest dwellers since time immemorial.
Elias Kimayo, who identifies as a Sengwer, has been on the front line, responding to the forceful evictions and accompanying human rights violations.
First, when we were affected in 2014, all these forests was covered up by campers. They could not allow where you passed by. So there were roadblocks not to allow people like you or any media houses or any CSOs people to come and see the challenges that the community are going through. So what they did was like they closed all the forests and they come now to burn people's houses, arrest the people, take price from people, steal people's cow, sheep or goats. Then I was left wondering how can the world know about these atrocities that my family is going through.
On the 2nd of April 2017, Elias was filming Kenya Forest Service rangers from a distance as they burnt houses in Embabut Forest.
I almost also lost my life because of that work, because when they came and discovered I was the one who was filming them burning houses, so they tracked me down inside the forest. So and they ambushed me in 2017. So they almost killed me, but I survived because I survived also. So I continued because if I had died then that would be end of everything because God gave me a chance to because they need that the community needs me to still do this work in order to so that they get their rights.
In January 2014 of this year, Your Lordship, the respondents descended on Emberwood Forest and evicted members of the Sengwer community, destroyed their property through burning, and even used force.
Government officials claimed that the Sengwer were consulted fully through the Embabut Forest Task Force process and that they consented to the eviction.
First of all, eviction. There's no proof that they were evicted. Because if you read the affidavits, they are stating that they ran away themselves.
Between December of 2017 and April of 2018, community representatives reported that armed Kenya Forest Rangers burnt down an estimated 341 houses. Now, the community lives in constant fear. Fear that has now turned to strength.
So I encouraged the women to speak because they were like, if I speak, they will point at me. Or if there were journalists to come, they will see me on the TV. So if they see me on the TV, they will come and maybe target us. So I started encouraging them, and then we compose some songs and then go to court.
Strength that comes from the African Environmental Defenders Initiative, a movement dedicated to elevating the work of environmental defenders and ensuring their human rights are protected.
Thank you very much, Obino. I will urge you to go look for the documentary. It's called Protecting Tomorrow on YouTube during your free time. Please, just watch all of it. It's only 45 minutes, and you'll get to learn more about the other environmental human rights defenders from the other countries. So at this point, I'd like to invite our panelists on stage so that we can proceed to the next part. And I'll start with Hamida, and then there's Mercy Chepkemoy, Vitalis Kiprotich, Isaac Tobiko, and Espan Mudhoni. Welcome. As we are waiting for Esban and Isaac, oh yeah, sorry. So we're waiting for Esban. No, Isaac. So please introduce yourselves and what you do, and then as it goes.
Okay, my name's Hamida Isaac. I'm from Kwale County. I'm a Mostly I deal with communities. I'm a human rights defender, specific on land and environment in Kwale County. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Vitalis Kiprotich. I'm the programs officer at Endorais Welfare Council. I come from Endorais community. When you hear about Lake Bogoria, we the Endorais people call it home. So pleasure to be in this panel. Thank you so much.
My name is Mercy Chepkemoy. I work with Natural Justice, and I'm privileged also to be here. I undertook the training in the year 2020, and it's a pleasure being here and also being among the panelists. Thank you.
Good morning once again. Oh, afternoon, sorry. Good afternoon. My name is Esban Modoni. I am a human rights defender, first of all, and then I work with the National Coalition of Human Rights Defenders, leading the programs as a protection and wellness manager, and I'm also a lawyer by profession.
Thank you all for agreeing to be part of this conversation. And I'd like to start with Hamida. Tell us a bit more about your story and why you're doing what you're doing.
Okay, as I said earlier, I'm still the same Hamida, a human rights defender, devoted, dedicated, whatever I'm doing. I've been engaging myself in land issues and environmental issues. But the worst thing that happened to me was in late 2019. I was struggling, fighting against the oil recycling company, which was brought up within our village. And it was affecting more than 1,500 people who are living around that plant. It was unfortunate that I was the only one who was finger pointed. So the plant was really impacting the people with the products or the process, I mean the oil recycling plant, which was impacting, bringing negative impacts to the community, especially environmental issues. People were getting skin diseases. I mean, livestock were dying out of that process because of the chemicals that they were using. So after me taking up the issue and contacting the relevant offices, especially the county government, the health departments, and specific NEMA, I wrote some documents to them, letters, memos. Unfortunately, they did not respond. So the only option was at least mobilizing the community and try to do a little bit of demonstration. We did not even succeed. We did 3 demonstrations. We did not succeed. So we went to the Ombudsman's office in Mombasa, reported the issue. Thank God, Ombudsman took the issue and at least wrote some letters to NEMA, at least to ask them why is that plant operating within a small community without even, they didn't even have a license. So after pushing here and there, we got a response from NEMA itself saying that the plant really was operating without the license and the negative impacts that the plant was causing they ended up giving out a cease order, stopping the plant from its operations. So that is where the story began with me. One of the directors within that plant is a assistant county commissioner. So through he practiced his powers and tried to bring up trumped charges against me. I was arrested, taken to police, and the first charges that I was arrested more than 8 times, and charges were brought upon me. I had charges of assault, creating disturbance, attempted robbery with violence, engaging myself with a militia group. So I had to seek support from other organizations, at least for cash bail. I thank God through Center for Justice and Governance in Kilifi, they contacted Defenders Coalition, and at least they did something. They gave me bail. I was released, but unfortunately, the cases are still on up to date.
Thank you, Hamida. Vitalis, how has your experience as an environmental, land, and human rights defender shaped your life?
Thank you so much, Hilda. As I said earlier, I am a member of the Hendorais community by birth, and I also work for the community. As we talk of Hendorais, this is a community that started its struggle to access land rights within Lake Bogoria from as early as 1973. And since I was a young boy, I have personally experienced the struggle of the Endores people from then to now. This is a community that is not a good friend to the government of Kenya. As you all remember, for those who know, Endores is that one community that took the government of Kenya on matters of access to the land rights of Lake Bogoria and Mermanet Larabel Mochongoi Forest court to ensure that the community have full access to their rights to these parcels of land. Lake Bogoria National Reserve was gazetted in 1973 by the government of Kenya. But then in 1986, the community was promised for a full compensation before being evicted. In 1986, the community was forcefully evicted from their land to the upper sides of Lake Bogoria, around 20 to 30 kilometers away from the lake. This is a community who really owned, who were the really the occupants of the land as a grazing land, since we are a pastoral community. So what that means is that they were denied access to the land, to their grazing land, to their religious land. Lake Bogoria is very sacred to the Endores community. And the events of making it a national reserve for tourism purposes did not get well with the community. And it is up to the year when I was a little boy, around the late 90s, that the community took the government of Kenya to the courts to seek for compensation for forceful evictions from their land and to get back their land, because they realized later that the government was not really willing to compensate them for the evictions. There was no alternative land. Earlier, they were promised that they were going to be given land on the upper side, which is a forest in Mochongoi, but it never was. Now the community had to do an uprising through demonstrations. That was in late 90s to early 2000. This is what led to a lot of arrests within the community. Personally, I was not arrested, but I was still a little boy. But a lot of my relatives were arrested with serious charges of organizing violence, associating with the illegal groupings, By then, our organization, which is the Endores Welfare Council, was not even registered officially. It was up to 2000, until 2007 that we were actually allowed to register an organization called Endores Welfare Council to assist the community pursue their rights. Now, our elites and our elders faced a lot. Those who were in government jobs and tried to be part of the community in the struggle, some of them, including teachers and chiefs, lost their jobs actually. And it's a very big task even now as we speak. As an organization, the community still keeps asking us to see a way on how we can assist the victims of those who were sacked from their jobs. We have people whose children have suffered as a result of fighting for the community. For instance, there's a chief from a location called Kapnoskei who lost his job. He later on suffered stroke as a result of the frustration of losing his job fighting for his community. He is still alive, but in dire conditions. These are the cases that we are facing as a community. We have been organizing fundraisings for the victims as a community because we don't have much. We are a marginalized community. We are a minority community who have been marginalized both in terms of development and all the social amenities. We only have one tarmac road leading to the tourist site, which is Lake Bogoria, entering from the northern side of Lake Bogoria. For those of you who have been to Lake Bogoria, that is the only tarmac within the Endores community. So we have poor network coverage, and within the whole community, there is only one health center. That tells you there is low access to quality health services. People have to travel all the way to Nakuru to access health services. Those from the eastern side go to Nyahururu. So you can see we are not fully equipped in terms of development. So during Moi's era, who was the president of was it Baringo Central by then? He was actually the president of Kenya and the MP for our locality. But I can tell this forum that he's the biggest perpetrator who denied us our rights, access to our land rights. You can imagine the president of the republic. By that time, he was, can I say, a serious dictator. People from Central here could not even mention his name, but us as the Endores community engaged him through demonstrations. If there are people who actually were sent the large tracts of GSU, it is those people living in Lake Bogoria. Whenever we organize to block the roads leading the tourists to the lake, that is when we really faced it and knew the government of the day. That was the last 5 years of 1990s and the first 5 years of early 2000s. And it is a serious one. After seeing taking the government to courts to ensure that the community gets its land back, we lost all the cases within the courts of Kenya. All of you remember how the courts were operating in the late 90s, before the 2010 constitution actually, how the courts were really not independent. And we lost the cases, all the cases that we took to the courts. That is then when we decided as a community to go to ICC. We actually went to ICC, but then we were taken back and told that there is a court in Africa that actually deals with cases of access to land rights. We came to a court called the African Commission on Human and People's Rights in Banjul, Gambia, between 2003 to actually 2010, when we got a ruling in favor of the community. The ruling had around 7 recommendations. One, that the land of Lake Bogoria be restituted back to the Endores community, and that the Endores people are the actual owners of the land. Number two, the jobs that emanate from the lake through proceeds of tourism 85% should go to the Endores community. Number 3 is that the government of Kenya talks with the people of Endores to see a way of settling the compensation for the people of Endores. The other one is to have the unlimited access to the lake, and another one was to register officially Endores Welfare Council as a legally recognized institution championing for the rights of the Endores people. Those are the recommendations. But if I can tell you that the ruling was actually done in 2009 and adopted at AU in 2010, 13 years down the line, the only recommendation that has been honored by the government of Kenya is to allow the registration of Endores Welfare Council at the office of the Attorney General. That's the only recommendation that they have done. The community was struggling to ensure that at least they have the part of the revenues coming from the lake through proceeds of tourism go to the community. Through our struggle, we have made some tremendous achievements. We were at first given 4% of the revenues, but then we struggled. We increased to 10%. In 2021, Endores Welfare Council did a memorandum to the County Assembly of Baringo to increase the revenues, the grants going to the community as a result of the process of Lake Bogoria to 25%, and it was adopted at the County Assembly of Baringo. I don't know whether I'm taking too much time, but this is a long story from the community, and it's a good lesson. The predicament facing the Endores people is the same as the one facing the Ogiek of Mao. We really share the same, and the Sengwer on the other side. These are indigenous communities. They were found within those lands, and they are being evicted forcefully every now and then. I think as Endores, we are better off than the Ogieks. I really pity, and I stand in this podium today and ask you people to really stand in solidarity with the Ogiek of Mao on the issues of eviction, the current evictions facing the Ogiek. Let's stand with them. At least we are better as Endores. The arrests are going down as the way of advocacy is also changing. From the time when we were doing demonstrations to now, whereby we do memorandums, petitions, working with and collaborating with government agencies and seeing a way out. Apart from that, you will agree with me that environmental justice is not a standalone venture. And environmental justice cannot be achieved if we don't, if communities don't have access to their land rights. As an organization, we are building networks with other like-minded organizations. We have a network called the Community Land Action Now, CLAN, which is partnering with us and other communities, the Maasai, the Samburus, the Rendilas on the north and the coastal region. We are on a pilot phase of registering community lands within our territories on a pilot phase, and we are targeting 50 community lands in Kenya as a pilot phase to ensure that they have titles to their lands. One, so that they access the benefits resulting from ownership of their lands, be it carbon credits, be it exploitation of minerals and so on. And as a community, there's one thing that I almost forgot. In the early 90s, enzymes were taken from Lake Bogoria by purported researchers from Leicester University. And as a result of the research, they found that the enzymes were of economic value. These are universities from abroad. They concealed the findings of their research until recently in the late 2000s, when they came back through Kenya Wildlife Service Commission, Kenya Wildlife Service, and told the community that, look, actually we did our research, we found your products to be of a lot of economic value, and we really see that we need to do some give back to the community. They did a one-off payment of royalties as a result of that. And we hear from the sales that they are making, the companies are working well, they are making a lot of soaps, a lot of detergents from the products that they got from Lake Bogoria. These are very big loss to our community. And actually, it's a big loss. Somebody just comes and takes away your natural resources, uses them for economic value, gets a lot of money, yet the community is languishing in poverty. It's a case that we are following up as an organization with the Kenya Wildlife Service. We hear that there are still some cases, but we are facing a lot of frustration from the government. The government is one of the non-cooperating agencies whenever they see that you want to access your rights. The other challenge that we are facing as an organization and as a community is that after winning all the case at the African Commission, the government later on came and divided the community, inciting the community against each other, telling them that taking a few people here and giving them peanuts for the sake of persecuting the community or seeing that the community doesn't access its rights. All that said, I think I'll still have some more time for more questions. Thank you so much. That's the story of the Endores people.
Thank you, Vitalis. And as he has said, I think we also need to hear from a representative of the Ogiek community. If we have one in the house, we would really love to hear from them on their experience. As we move on, Mercy, I would like to hear from you the thoughts you have based on the title of the documentary. It's Protecting Tomorrow. How well do you think we have done in terms of safeguarding our biodiversity and considering the principles of ecological justice?
Thank you, Hilda, for that. I really empathize with what the Endorois community has been through, but I applaud the efforts of people like you and also people like Amina. I'm really proud of you as a fellow woman. I'm really proud of you for the work that you are doing. And I know this is just the beginning, but I know with your strong will that you are going to encourage many more people, especially the women, to come out strongly and fight for the generation. Because my question has been looking at the title of the movie that we've just premiered. It is Protecting Tomorrow. Protecting tomorrow, in my understanding, is that looking into the future. Are we protecting tomorrow for our generation? So coming from that fact also is looking at the space of women, because the women are the carriers of the next generation. So for me, the first step here is protecting the space of the woman and encouraging women in the space that they are in, is that they know that they are carrying the future of tomorrow. That is the one bit of it. And also the other bit of it is looking at the Constitution. The Constitution clearly states about the place of the future. It says that we are protecting the environment for also the future generation. So I think also the Constitution has come out clearly in that we are not only protecting the generation of now, the environment for the generation of now, but also the generation of tomorrow. That is in Article 69, reading through all to Article 70. I have not said that in part. And also something else, because I've been told about the biodiversity, because if you look at the biodiversity also, there are two approaches to it. The one approach is that looking at the nature to serve mankind, and the other one is the mankind to serve the nature. In that way, as in many, that is the school of the scholars have looked at that in that way. But in my opinion, I tend to lie more on the environment or the nature here, the biodiversity here should be to serve, no, not to serve the other, but the two together should work hand in hand. Because first of all, if we are protecting the environment or the biodiversity in this case to only serve the mankind as at now, what's going to happen to the generation to come? And also, if we look at protecting the humankind, where it is protecting the humankind at the expense of the environment, where does that leave our generation to come? Where are they going to get that knowledge, or where are they going to enjoy the good, beautiful weather that we have right now? So for me, I come from the school of thought where the two should work hand in hand, because if I can pinpoint out the case of the Ogiek, the eviction that is happening now at the Ogiek forest, people are being evicted for the sole reason why is that they should protect, the government is there to protect the environment. But what happens to the children? What happens to the woman in that village? What happens to the man who has always gone out hunting and gathering in that forest to bring home food for the family? So for me, I come from the school of thought where the two should work together. We should protect the humankind and also protect the forest or the biodiversity here to enable the two coexist for the future to come. Thank you, Hilda.
Thank you so much, Mercy. Espan, tell us a bit more about the cases you have encountered as a protection manager and how that has been like.
Thank you so much for that question. I'll begin by saying that environmental defenders, environmental and land defenders are probably one of the rights or people that all of us as human rights defenders should be rallying against, or not against, but back. We should be having their back, because essentially we are part of the ecosystem as human beings. And without the environment, then we do know that we will not be able to survive as human beings. And so essentially, you find that where else these have been, should be looked at as really non-contentious issues, human rights defenders who are working on these issues, because of the power plays and the interests that come within the, what do we call them? The natural resources, that's the minerals and all that. There is quite a lot of vested interest within various species. And these interests have a direct bearing on the work of human rights defenders. I do know when we are speaking about this, there's a lot of talk right now on how Kenya has become such a spotlight on everything good about the climate and how we are about to state the trend and the agenda on climate justice. But what comes down is that when these actions are being implemented, they are affecting communities that already have their own systems of how they are working to protect the environment already. So essentially, there is nothing new that is being brought to the table. But what will happen is that they want to come and tell you guys to move from where you're doing your work for them to be able to do that. And when I talk about this, I'm talking about conservancies, especially touching on the issue of Amina's case, whereby they were just protesting against the conservancy taking over the community land. And now you can see where the conflict has started coming into place, where they are saying this is our community land, we already have processes, we've already been doing this. But of course, because of the power plays and all that, they find themselves at risk. So I'll say some of the cases that we have supported, especially where environmental human rights defenders are either vilified or criminalized and taken to courts. First, what happens is that they are jailed, they are arrested on no grounds whatsoever, and then they realize you cannot be held beyond 24 hours, because now the networking that people have done is that whenever a human rights defender is arrested, a lot of alarm is raised, and then because previously when we had the new constitution, we all knew that for someone, you could be arrested and held incommunicado as they do the investigations as they claim. But now the law is very clear that someone has to be presented in court within 24 hours. So that what means is that essentially when they arrest you and they have nothing to charge you against, they will have to come up with charges to charge you. And now then goes the second part. They will use now the justice system to vilify you and to actually exhaust you, to mute you, to neuter you, and to neuter your voice. So those are beyond that. We have also seen a lot of cases whereby human rights defenders, environmental human rights defenders who are raising concerns are either targeted and have to be relocated or either attacked. When we were playing the video, Elia said that when he was undertaking the work of documentation and they realized that this was a person who was raising the alarm and showing the extent of the work, the alleged conservation of the forest and its effect on human rights. He was attacked and he was actually beaten up. And I think he broke either his leg or his arm and he had to be relocated. So you see, it's just not physical attack. We are seeing even online attacks where human rights defenders are being targeted. And now there's quite a lot of cyber attacks on human rights defenders. And another case that we have also supported in terms of the criminalization of human rights defenders, all of us know the revamping of the Nairobi River and how communities have come up together to just create wonderful parks that regenerate the forest. But we are seeing, especially within the informal settlements, these groups are labeled as gangs and arrested. Most of them get arrested and then taken to court. So those are just some of the incidences that we have been able to support or witness.
Thank you so much, Esban. And looking still at the documentary, I would like to hear from you. One of the strategies we saw that Elias used was the use of social media. How well has it been used in the protection of defenders? And what do you think we can do to improve on how we are using these tools?
Of course, social media becomes a very strong tool to use for advocacy, but also for raising alarm. It's important that for us to, as I started in saying that environmental issues are essentially issues that every other citizen should be rallying for and pushing for. But when it comes to what environmental human rights defenders are doing, a lot of the public is unaware of what is being done and its effect to the environment, and then linking that to themselves as the community itself. So social media offers a great platform for us to rally the public, first of all, to understand the work of human rights defenders and environmental human rights defenders, but also to tell positive stories against the negative stories that we hear of human rights defenders, to just show the connection between the work they are doing and how that affects the community, on how that builds the community up. Because then essentially when you do that, you will create an awareness on the work of human rights defenders and environmental human rights defenders and create a protection layer whereby should they find themselves at harm, then the community is the one that comes first to their aid. But beyond that, I think also it's really important for us to take social media as a tool for connecting and showing intersectionality with other rights. Because as human rights defenders working on environmental issues, we hardly just work on environmental issues. The other connecting issues that come all interlink with it. How are we also interlinking this? And this social media is a great way of connecting with other human rights defenders who are either working on governance issues and showing them how can they affect such spaces where they are sitting on or they're discussing governance issues, but bringing on the aspects of environmental issues and environmental defenders.
Thank you so much. And coming back to you, Mercy, one of the cases that was highlighted in the documentary was the case of Loliondo for the Maasai in Tanzania. Unfortunately, we didn't get to watch that, but it was one of the cases that we highlighted. And now they went to court, to the East African court, and their case was dismissed. And just last week, there was another case on ECOP that was taken still to the East African Court, ESCJ, and it was also dismissed on the grounds that they didn't file the case in time. They were supposed to file in 2017 and they filed in 2020, so it was dismissed. And so these defenders, after all they've done, now they have to appeal and see if it will be taken up again. And one of the mandates of the ESCJ is to unite the East African community. How well do you think this institution is doing with regards of uniting the community? And what are the gaps, or what do you think we can improve on?
Thank you, Hilda, for that question. And probably before I answer that, maybe I would touch lightly on what Vitalis had said also, because of the case that the Endorois and the OGEC had taken to the African Court Commission. And it's so unfortunate that right now it has not been implemented yet. Wherever the court said, they say that they have to do, the Kenyan government is it ought to do, it has not done. And also looking at that point is that I'm wondering, are we as a country, because looking even as Kenya, because that was directing the Kenyan government to do certain recommendations that they were given, and 5 years later they are still not yet doing. But I think I would also like to applaud the Commission on Administrative Justice, because it has single-handedly taken up to try to push the government to take that into consideration and to implement the recommendations that they were given there too. But it gives me a worry of, what does the law say? Are we above the law? Are we below the law? Are we not adhering to the law? So the case that you had also mentioned, because Natural Justice had taken that case to court, the ECOP case, that is in full, is the East African crude oil pipeline case, where the pipeline was to go from Uganda to Tanzania in a pipeline. And the case was the Natural Justice. We are looking at the issues that on environmental protection, and also the issues of the human rights that they were going to arise out of the implementation of that project. But unfortunately, the case, I think the judgment was delivered last week on Monday, if I'm not wrong, because the court said that we had filed that case out of time. It was a very sad day for us, because we thought that we were going to get a win from this, and getting a win from this could mean that we were going to set that as a precedent to help us also in advocating for any other case that may come to our door. But unfortunately, that did not happen, and we are looking into appealing that, because if the court had not, because also the Constitution says, in the event that also the court should not look at the issues of technicalities also. It should, because we are looking at, maybe the court could reason with us and say, even though the case was filed out of time, they were going to give us some of the redress that we were also seeking there, but that did not happen. And also looking at the case of the Loliondo, because the Loliondo hearing, they were evicted, same case of the Ogiek people. And also that case was thrown out of court because, one, they say that they do not have the jurisdiction to hear that. And that leaves us with the question of, so where are we going to go? Because the EACJ court, where the EACJ is a court where the East African it looks at the implementation of the East African Community Treaty of 1999, where it looks at the implementation of that treaty, where almost 7 partner states, they signed that treaty. So the court, the EACJ, is looking at the implementation of that treaty. But unfortunately, also, it is not doing what it is mandated to do, in my opinion. The court it has its own independent mind. And as an advocate of the High Court, I'm bound to go with what the court says or what it deems fit. But also, as a human rights defender, it gives me the question of, we have the 2 major cases that we thought the court could agree with us, but it did not. So it leaves us in a limbo where we are wondering, where else are we going to go? We are looking at an appeal process of that, but appeal process is a very expensive process. And because us as Natural Justice, we are looking at the donor funds. And because we donor funds, we are wondering, where are we going to get more money to appeal to that? So to answer your question is, I am worried about the future of the Kenyan courts also upholding our rights. I am worried about that, and also I am worried about the state also. If the state is mandated to do A and it is doing B, I'm worried about the implementation of the court order. So maybe a discussion should come up on how we're going to find a balance, looking into protecting tomorrow. Because if we do not protect the tomorrow is not going to be here. It's going to be a bleak future. So for me, I think a discussion on how far are we going to go to push the courts to do what it ought to do, and also the duty bearers to do what they also ought to do. So a discussion has to be had on that front. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mercy. And coming back to you, Vitalis, looking at Kenya, there has been a rise on development projects, mainly focusing on the extractives and infrastructural sectors. And most of these times, these projects do not adhere to the rights that we have been given in the constitution to a right and to a clean and healthy environment. And so that is where most of the time the defenders come in. Where would you say the middle ground lies in ensuring that we have sustainable development, even as we are trying to get into the middle income country status by 2030?
Okay, thank you so much, Hilda. Currently, the government of Kenya is aspiring to be a middle income country, maybe by the year 2030. But then the question arises here. If the same government is the one still perpetrating or violating the rights of, for instance, the indigenous communities such as the Okiek, the government is still the one marginalizing those communities. The counties also, on the other side, are marginalizing the minorities at county levels. I think this is where the loophole is. The government of Kenya might not achieve the middle income status as it is planning if it is not ready to bring all the communities at par in terms of development, in terms of respect for their human rights and so on. And looking at the major projects that the government is usually undertaking, the major projects are maybe extractive industries and maybe even building of roads. For instance, the standard gauge railway, I look at that because the SGR was to pass through Nairobi National Park. After that project, you will all agree with me that you will not see a lion next to a standard gauge railway. True or false? You will not see a zebra close to the standard gauge railway. These are things that we need to look into critically. As we do our projects, let's look at the impacts. How much is tourism bringing to the government of Kenya? Why don't they even respect other sectors that are bringing monies to their docket? And for our case in Endores, there was one project which was mine rubies in our locality. And adjacent to the place where the mining was to go on, there's a river. And then the government of the day, that was in early 2000s, allowed contractors who were of Indian origin come and do their mining and polluting the whole river, which is which a whole ecosystem on the lower sides of the Endores community relies on. You see, these are things, were it not for the community to rise up and demonstrate and chase away the investor. And up to now, that investor stopped mining ruby because he was not respecting the environmental rights of the people who were downstream. These are things that we need to look into. And my urge is to other communities who are pursuing their rights. Whenever you see such violations, kindly stand up, unite as a community, because as a community, unity of purpose is very key to see that there is justice in environmental justices. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Vitalis. And coming back to you, Hamida, as well, what would you say have been the key challenges you have experienced, particularly as a woman human rights defender?
Thank you, Hilda. There are so many challenges that we face as women human rights defenders. First of all, the acceptance within our communities. A woman standing up, championing human rights, it becomes even worse. You are mostly branded within your community. And secondly, we face a lot of harassment. intimidation, threats, especially from our government officials, even private sectors, even individuals who are maybe supporting some of these projects that are being brought up by the government. It's really sad because if I'm a very good example, when I faced these challenges, I was even targeted with my whole family. My children were also arrested and charged, my husband. So it brings a lot of fear within the community. And when it comes for you giving up and giving your time and devoting yourself to such type of work, then the whole community looking at you as if maybe you are becoming crazy. You are being arrested because of some other people's interest. So you are fighting for the community. At the end of the day, you are being even asked, what are you gaining? But you are doing all this not because you are gaining something. It's all because of passion and fighting for the people.
Thank you so much. While we're still at the challenges, I would like to hear more from you on how do we now create a more enabling space for women, environmental and human rights defenders.
I think it could be even much better if we consider the issue of empowering women to take up these challenges. You empower them with skills, you empower them with resources, because being a human rights defender, it needs a lot of resources. You have to move here and there. Like a very good example, we had to file a case in the High Court, in the ELC court, on the environmental issue. Unfortunately, it was even withdrawn without our consent. But it needs a lot of resources, a lot of time, a lot of volunteer. You volunteer your time, everything. And to make this space even more suitable for others, I think if all these organizations, maybe the Natural Justice Defenders Coalition, we could come up with a plan of solidarity actions. When a woman, when a woman faces an emergency issue, then there is at least a solidarity action to join hands or team to support her. Then others could feel that this is a good field. We're even getting some support from other organizations. And another thing, at least, empowering these women with skills, especially at the local villages. Local community at local villages, because we know we are living in an environment where our local people, our tradition, our religion is not supporting our women to come out and talk in front of women. In front of people. So if at least we empower women to come out and support all the initiatives and even the become human rights defenders, then it will even be more good.
Thank you so much, Hamid. And now we are joined on stage by someone I want him to introduce himself and tell us a bit more about what he does. And then we can.
Thank you so much, Hilda. My name is Fred from the Yogi community of Narok, where my colleague, my friend from Androids have just summarized almost everything, but there are some few things I'd wish to strengthen on. Okay, we have faced the same challenges that the Androids communities have faced, and the Sengwer. As we were being shown a short clip, it was just the same thing that happened just recently, 4 weeks ago at Sasimwani. And the thing that we wouldn't expect that it would happen, because once when we took the government to the African Court, we won the case and they were told to implement the ruling of the court. But once 2 months ago, the National Land Commission came to the ground and they took the community. We talked with them. They took our maps, but we were expecting for good report, only to find that the eviction was what that followed that. It was on the 2nd of November that the eviction started without any notice. And as I was seeing the clip, there was somebody who was trying to take the pictures. And it was like that happened to me that day. When I was trying to take some pictures, one of the officers, they came around 200 and above police officers. They surround one of our elders' house. It was a permanent house. They was putting it down, and I was hiding in a bush trying to take some pictures. Then one of the police caught me, and they surrounded me. They tell me, "Why are you taking pictures?" They took my phone. They harassed me. They tell me to sleep down, but I begged to them not to destroy my phone, but to delete the pictures. Then they returned back the phone. But by God's will, they delete all the photos and they get back my phone. And they told me not to take any picture. So they continue with the eviction from the 2nd to 16th of November. And they were targeting my house. Once, when they reached my house, they were asking, "Where is this Fred's house?" When they reached my house, they didn't even try to demolish. They put fire on my house. Everything was burned. So from there, we were trying to ask for any other assistance, and thank God, Kenya Human Rights came to the ground and they filed the case, one in Nakuru, and also we filed another one in Narok, and we were given to the ELC, and we were given orders to stop any eviction. But our worries is that the government is not respecting these orders, because they were told to stop everything until the case is heard. But unfortunately, on 25th of November, they brought Kenya Forest Camp, and they camped to our grandfather's house, where they demolished the first house, and they were trying to evict everybody. They tried to evict the community members, the women, the elderly, the children, and telling them, "We don't want to see you here. We just only to see the policemen." So that is the situation right now, up to the ground. Nobody is there. They are forcing people out of their homes. Even the foods that are there, you are not accessible to the food. So we are just outside the road. We are staying there. And if they find some people who are trying to bring some donation to the community, they want to see these people. And that is when we liaise with our office, OPDP, and he sent Mr. Kamau, "Thank you, because you sacrificed and you came up to the ground. You saw how the situation was. People were really suffering." And that's why when got the opportunity to attend this assembly. So the situation is so worst currently. Even now, we have received some calls that no one is allowed to go to access even the food that is inside our home. So we are pleading to the government, because we are under rule of law. Why are they not respecting the law, the court orders? So that's our cry as a community, of the Ogio community. We are really suffering. And as my colleague have asked, we ask the assembly to be with us, to stand with us during this struggle. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Fred. And I think we'll start with Vitalis and then we'll come back to you. Looking at, you have both, you not just the Ogek and not just the Endorois, there's the Sengwer and other indigenous communities out there that you're all facing the same struggles. How do you think the laws can incorporate how you practice the traditional knowledge and practices to ensure that they respect what you do as a community and they marry with the law that as we have it now?
Thank you once again, Hilma. Going back before I answer your question, the issue of the non-implementation of the cases by the African Commission. 2 months ago, I think towards the end of October, there was a forum of the African Commission. I think it was the 77th session of the African Commission. A team from Endorese community were privileged to attend the forum, and one of the questions that we went there to ask was, why is it that in 13 years down the line, our ruling has not been implemented by the Kenyan government? Yet, the government of Kenya is party to the African Union, and the African Commission is an organ of the African Union. So a dishonor by the government is like a dishonor to something that they are party to. It's like they are not honoring. And one of the commissions in his answer told us that we are not in a position to pressurize governments to implement the rulings. Reason is that the same governments are the ones who are funding the African commissions. Do you hear that? The governments who are party to the African commissions are the ones who donate the funds to the African commissions. So it's a big challenge. And I asked, why is it that you are in Arusha this time round, yet we knew that you are based in Banjul, Gambia? And they say that they had no funds, and the government of Tanzania were the ones who were willing during this time to fund this process. So this is the challenge. As we agitate for the implementation of the rulings, let's also see a way out on how this African court and the African Commission can be independent financially. Because if you are not financially independent, then you are still dependent on the same governments that you vote to pressurize to implement your rulings. That said, let me come back to your question. Indigenous communities form a significant population here in Kenya, and around the country we have the Awares, we have in the northern part those people in Turkana, El Molos, the Endorais, all the indigenous communities. I cannot name them. If the government doesn't recognize these communities, yet it forms a significant part of its population, and if it doesn't want to develop these communities, both in terms of infrastructure and so on, I think the government is not going to achieve some of its targets as envisioned in the Vision 2030 agenda of the government. And one thing that we are doing as the Endorese people to ensure that we do have local laws that are in line with the Constitution of Kenya and that promote environmental conservation and climate justice. We have developed the Endorese biocultural protocols. All of you, maybe some of you know the Nagoya protocols. As a community, we have domesticated the Nagoya protocols to suit the needs of the Endorese people. And in our biocultural protocol, it shows our way of life as the Endorese people. It shows who we are. It shows where our land is. It shows where our treasures are. But most importantly, our BCP actually shows the procedures of accessing any resource, be it natural resource and so on, from our community through emphasizing the FPIC process, that's free, prior, and informed consent process, the mutually agreed terms, and the material transfer agreements. Those are the key things that we are using to protect our resources. I remember of a case recently. In Lake Bogoria, we have an antelope, a variety of antelope called the Greater Kudu. These are very rare species. It's found in the ecosystems of Lake Bogoria only. through awareness initiatives from our organization, they used to be very endangered and very few, but now we have close to 1,000 species of the greater kudu. They are now within the community lands and the reserve, and they are roaming all over. Whenever you go to a place, you will see a greater kudu. But then, around 6 months ago, this can I say, owner of a conservancy in Naivasha, who came to our community, told them that because the greater kudu is becoming a menace, destroying crops and so on, could you people please allow me to take 15 of them so that I can reduce the number, and so that at least I support some of you and take it to my conservancy, go and breed and so on. But then we got a signal from the community. He went to the chiefs. I don't know whether he gave them a tip and so on. And the message was that, why is your organization refusing to give us the greater kudus if the chiefs have agreed? That was the message. But then we sent a signal to the Kenya Wildlife Service and told them, are you aware that there is some purported relocation of the greater kudu from our place? They said no. Then we went to the same people, the Wazungus. Are you aware that this community has a biocultural protocol? They said no. Are you aware that there is a process called the free, prior, and informed consent that you are supposed to ensure that the community agrees without any, with the full consent and knowledge of the results of giving out the greater kudus? They said no. Then we told them, ensure that you come, you follow the due procedures. After that, they were calling our CEO later on. Kindly come, we have a cup of tea in some place. After some time, what do you want? How much do you want? How much money do you want? But we told them that we are not selling the treasure of Baringo. You know, actually the logo of Baringo County has a greater kudu on it. So selling it to Naivasha will mean that maybe 15 years down the line, a Mzungu or a tourist would not need to come to Lake Bogoria to see a greater kudu. Because why? Why should you go to Lake Bogoria, a far place with poor roads, yet maybe 1.5 kilometers along the road in Naivasha, you have a greater kudu? These are the things, the threats that we are facing, but we are doing a lot as an organization. So with that said, I think I have answered some of your questions. Thank you so much.
Yes, you have. Thank you so much, Vitalis. To you, Fred, how do you think we can protect our traditional and indigenous knowledge?
Okay, thank you. One of the ways that I think we can protect our indigenous knowledge is by making sure that our culture does not lost. This is by, I think, showing our children their culture and be ready to show to the public that this is what we practice, this is our culture. Another thing is by having solidarity within all the indigenous communities so that we can unite and fight for each other's rights. Also, so that we won't lose our land, we have to create awareness to the community. As you know that most of our communities are illiterate, especially the Ogiek, they don't know their rights. So we want to advocate for the awareness so that they know that they have a right also to practice their culture, to live as the other citizens of Kenya. Another thing is community. We were planning, if we were being given that our land, we had put a place because we have a community-based land program, and we have set a place where we can put a community culture center, whereby we will put all our cultural materials and people will be ready visiting there, and they will see that what we are practicing there as the community. Another thing is to show the government that we are the real owners of the forest and we can conserve the forest. We have lived there since life immemorial and the forest is still there. within the community, the Ogiek community. So the first thing is to prove to them that we are the custodians and we know how to protect this forest. And by doing this is by showing like what we have seen in the clip, that we have beehives. We are practicing beekeeping there, and we can't practice this without the forest. And we won't live without the forest. So that's the thing that we want to prove to the government, that we are protecting the environment as well as we claim for the right of being forest dwellers.
Thank you so much, Fred. Esban, back to you. Looking at our laws, would you say that there has been any progress with harnessing the protection of EHRDs?
Yes, I would say definitely there is some progress. And I know when Mercy was speaking, all the speakers who have alluded to the court system have also raised a concern on how the implementation of this ruling. But I look at it from two ways. That the law has already provided an avenue for us to raise our concerns and petition against the government for infringing on these rights, and that's a positive. And we already have the environmental and land courts, which have quite been decentralized. And again, referencing to what our comrade just said, that even within the recent evictions, they've still gone to court. So that shows that there's a positive. It can be done through the court system. And also, I would also want to give a reference to another case, the Owino Uhuru case, where the community in Owino Uhuru petitioned against the government for the repercussions of the lead poisoning, and got what do we call it? A compensation of, I think it was 1.2 million. And key to note also is that some of the witnesses within that case received witness protection from the Witness Protection Agency. And that's also another avenue of protection for women, environmental defenders. But more so to just say, even though I had started with saying the intersectionality between environmental defenders and those who work on other issues, especially governance. And I would say what we suffer from, all our issues emanate from governance issues. If you're able to address issues from a point of governance, then we would really be able to address the root cause of most of these issues that we are seeing. I think that's it from me.
Thank you, Esban. I want now to throw it back to the audience. If you have any questions for our panelists, this is the time. Do we have any questions from the? Yes.
My name's Makambo Lotorobo from CBO based in Marsabit, the eastern shores of Lake Turkana. So I have a question on the land registration from one of my colleagues there. I think as pastoralist, most of the land in Kenya that is unoccupied is found around the pastoral areas. And nowadays, a lot of projects or, multinationals are focusing on these lands, maybe for renewable energy or for maybe excavation, minerals and all this, or oil. But, pastoral land is communal land. And personally, I feel that, the pastoralists have not been well informed to take up this process of registration. I speak for pastoralists maybe around Marsabit, maybe also the Somali area, because the Community Land Act itself has some, kind of, shortcomings. And I think the writers or those people who came up with the community land. It's a win in a way, in recognition. But in terms of implementing, there are a lot of shortcomings and challenges. And I say that, maybe the land registration should not be added. We should be given time as pastoralists in order to make decisions whether we want to register this land or not. Because I don't think registering the land, there's nowhere in the constitution where it says that you need to register land in order to get the benefits. Because, pastoralists or indigenous people have unwritten laws. And, land is owned customarily. And you don't need any papers to show that, you own the land. And another question is on the court rulings. There have been a lot of court rulings where communities have won. Example, the Ndorois, the Lake Turkana Wind Power Court ruling where community, have won and nothing has been implemented. I think we need to come up, what approaches are we supposed to take in order to implement or to, maybe make the community win in these situations? I think those are my questions. Thanks.
Thank you so much. There was another hand in front of you.
Thank you. Yes, my name is John Maigo from Laikipia County, environmental human rights defender, a victim. For us, we work on River Voices. And on Thursday, on 29, I was at the court because there's this issue. But my question is to Defender Coalition and National Justice. Because when we talk about environment injustice, it's like human injustice. Can we strengthen the environmental courts? Because that's where we have the problem. Because our environmental issues are taken to the normal courts, where they are taking a lot of time to be even investigated. And the people that you are getting there, they don't know what is even environment. Because I tend not to understand, why can a police officer arrest you because of cleaning a river and complaining about a river? And yet the constitution says that we are safeguarded to have clean water and have the environment. So my question is, can you have those environmental courts? And if possible by 2024, because environmental is becoming an issue each and every day. We are having degradation caused by development. And to talk about the matter of fact, we have the ongoing affordable housing. They're not even doing the EIA. They're just coming, clearing the forests that were existing without even doing the consultation. So I believe, talk about environmental issues. First of all, we need to talk to kumaliza hii mambo ya serikali kufanya mambo bila kufuata sheria, because that's the main problem. Thank you.
Thank you so much, John. Before we take any more, maybe our panelists can answer the first two questions. The first one was on empowering the pastoralists. You want to talk to that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to take the question on the land registration. And to be specific, community land registration. You talked of awareness creation on matters land registration. Marsabit, as you know, is a very huge chunk of land. We have an organization called FARM working in the eastern side. I'm not aware whether you have heard of FARM, but what I said is that we are on a pilot phase on the community land registration, whereby we are targeting 50 parcels of land, 50 parcels of community land across, I don't know the actual number of counties, but it's almost 3/4 of the counties of Kenya, because we are in the coastal region, we are in the northeastern, eastern, Rift Valley, all the way to Turkana. And we are working under a network called Community Land Action Now Plan, and a partnership with the 10-year facility. This is a pilot process, but within the registration of the 50 parcels of land, we do awareness creation on the Community Land Act 2016. which stipulates, I think it's around 25-step procedure of how to register a community land. But the big question in the community land registration is the funding. The procedure is very long. It needs a lot of money. For instance, you cannot do as many awareness meetings as you want without a funding, for instance. In Baringo County, where I come from, the county government of Baringo only set aside funds for creating awareness that there is need for community lands to be registered within the said communities. Period. That was the only thing they did. But then there is a whole procedure of another 24 steps that needs funding to ensure that these communities register their lands. Now, Endores Welfare Council, I think currently is the only organization that is doing a registration of 5 parcels of community lands in Baringo. We are partnering with the county government, maybe on some few technical issues, but not on funding. And I say that was just by luck because we secured funding through a clan network that we are doing so. Now, I think this is the biggest question to this forum because if these communities, if we are to talk about the environmental rights, you will not tell the Ogiek to do environmental justices to the land when the government is chasing them out of their land. They have to first access the ownership through owning a title of Mao complex. And I think they are members of clan. Okiek People's Development Program are doing on their behalf. They are registering the Mao complex. It's going to be a tussle with the government also because it will not be a walk in the park taking away the land from the government. I think there will be petitions along the way and counter attacks along the way through this process. And I want to say that to my friend who is in Marsabit, I think the best approach is to use the local CSOs who are even aware that there is a CLA 2016 to create awareness to those communities, whether there is funding or not. Try to use your platforms to create awareness within your localities because funding is really a challenge, but hoping that you may access funding along the way. Thank you so much.
I will opine on what he has said. As natural justice will help communities do registration of community land, and we have projects currently in Marsabit, in Garissa, in Turkana, and in, yeah, I think those are the major counties that we have on. So for the communities that are, especially in the ASL counties, the communities that are currently undergoing or they intend to register their community land, we help the communities do the registration. So maybe we can have a conversation on the side, but also looking at the issue of community land. We don't look at the issue of registration of community land in alone the registration, because there's a new bill that is in parliament that we hope it is going to become a law. It's the Natural Resource Benefit Sharing Bill, because these are the conversation we should have, because what is going to happen to the natural resources in this community land for registration. So that is a conversation we could have. And also the issue of the carbon credits from the Climate Change Amendment Bill, the Act now. Those are the issues that are coming up upon registration of community land. So maybe those are also the conversation we should have. But as I said, natural justice will help communities with the registration of community land. And maybe we can have a conversation about that later. Thank you.
Thank you. As we respond, let's try and keep our responses brief. I understand it's lunchtime. We are hungry, so we'll take about 3 more questions. So let's respond to the other 2 questions and then yes.
I wanted to respond on the issue of how to make ensure that communities win within their petitions. And I think the issue we have established that within the judicial systems that communities can actually get rewards and win. The issue becomes how are these wins leveraged? How do we harvest those wins? And I think John had asked the issue of the environmental courts. The courts are already there. Probably most communities do not know how to approach the court, which as Defenders Coalition, we have helped quite a number of communities and environmental human rights defenders in terms of legal representation to just ensure that even as you said, you were a victim, when you were presented as a victim, on other charges that do not really indicate the work of issues that the issues around your work, we're able to connect and able to establish that beyond what is on paper here, it's actually not what is on paper, it's actually related to your work. And a reference to one of the cases that we do support within Murang'a County, which is affecting land rights defenders within Midini. And a lot of them have been criminalized or held on charges, but the complainant seems to be one. And we helped in terms of filing a petition with the National Land Commission, ensure that they got representation in their civil cases where they had been sued. And we were able to connect that the charges are of a criminal nature, are not criminal in nature, but emanating from a civil suit that is linked to their land and environmental rights. Also, we do a lot of connection with duty bearers where we ensure that there are conversation ongoing within various localities where duty bearers are aware of the work of human rights defenders so that when such issues come before them, they're able to address them in real time. Yes.
Thank you. There was also another question on what approaches we should take to ensure that the court rulings are adhered to.
I'll just say this real quick. When we sue the government, we are not really in particular who in the government we are suing. So we sue the government in general. So when we're really trying to enforce, we enforce through the government itself. And then it becomes very hard. But I would say when a strategy would be to sue specific offices and specific officers so that we're able to hold them specifically liable, and that would actually fast track us harvesting the results.
Thank you. Specificity matters. So just one more question and then we wrap up. Yes.
Hi, everyone. Should I come in front? Most of you are turning your back. It's my right to go in front. Yeah. I'm Elizabeth Marube from Busia County, Matayo Sub-County. My focus is on women human rights and mostly I focus on health. Just before I ask this question, any nurse on the floor? Community health worker? Any nurse? Any clinic officer? Medical officer? So we are unique, as we defend the human rights. Yeah, my question goes to the first presenter, if I'm not wrong. Anita, am I right? We're presenting on oil and refinery issue, and you mentioned that you tackled the issue with NEMA. In the process, just to reinforce on everything, did you involve the health Ministry of Health or the health professions? Because we know the oil refinery, what it does, it's the environmental pollution, isn't it? And we have a number of diseases that comes up with the environmental pollution, respiratory diseases, cardiovascular, cancer, and so on. So my question is, for you to back up the process and make it more strong, did you back up it with the health professions or you just ended up with NEMA, who just does the public health issues? Thank you.
Okay, maybe I'll go straight to your question. I think I was so brief I didn't go into details of the whole process, but when we engaged all the relevant officers, including the health departments, and they gave their reports. The only problem we have within our government is corruption. You cannot believe, after giving them the photos of the effects and impacts by the people who are mostly affected, but it was so sad that the health department gave a report which was even in favoring the company. And even when we sued, we brought up a case, we filed a case in the ELC courts, Mombasa High Court. We had all the evidences. We went to the veterinary and got a report of the livestock that had died of the poisoning. We had pictures of the children, and we even had reports from the medical department, and filed that case. The case was very excellent. It had all the evidence needed. Unfortunately, it was withdrawn even without our consent, even without even us knowing how it was all done. So the judiciary system also is rotten. Well, that's all I can say. How it was done, nobody knows.
Thank you so much. Unfortunately, we are out of time, and so we will have to close this session. There were other several hands up. I wish we had more time, but please feel free to approach our panelists. They will have more things to tell you. They have a lot to say. Just as a parting shot, what would you like what would you like us to know in 30 seconds? Let's start from Fred.
Okay, I would like us to know, all of us, that this, what we are doing, we are under risk, and we should not do it in fear of anything, as we have been told by the defenders. So we should do it without fear and stand for our communities. Thank you.
Me, I really want all like support from all corners, especially when women are taking up such important issues like the environmental rights, fighting for our environment. We need support, a lot of support from all corners. Thank you.
Okay, as my parting shot, maybe away from what I've been telling you here, is that COP28 is underway in United Arab Emirates. And one of the key issues being discussed is the compensation fund. As a team, I think we need to stand and see that the compensation fund, if it becomes a reality, it trickles down to the community level. Thank you.
As a parting shot, I will say that security starts with you. So as you go out and fight for the rights of others, I want you to know that security starts with you. Thank you.
Marcia said what I wanted to say, but I'll say this. As I had said earlier, we are part of the ecosystem, and so we are environmental defenders ourselves. And a time has come now more than ever. Attacks will continue, especially on environmental defenders, and we need to speak in one voice and rally behind them for their own protection and for our protection as well. Their success is our tomorrow.
Thank you so much to our panelists. Their success is our tomorrow. Thank you so much. And for the audience, for your contribution, the engagement, and even being here till now. And it's lunchtime. I know we are very hungry. My parting shot would be, despite the challenges, the struggles we experience, as I believe we are all human rights defenders, despite all those struggles, I hope that our fire will continue being ignited and it will not dim, and we'll continue interacting throughout the week and even beyond this week. Thank you so much. I take it back to Gloria.
Thank you very much. Nyinyi ni mashujaa. we are requesting that Urudi, but we are very grateful. You have inspired us and you have not intimidated us. What is our slogan, people? Can't hear you. What is our slogan? Thank you. Now, two things. We are going for lunch. Lunch is being served at the hotel, at the restaurant, and we are kindly requesting that if we could do 45 minutes. How does that sound? 45 minutes, we come back at 2:30. Actually, not 45, but 50 minutes. Would that work? Because we have a very beautiful session in the afternoon, and we would want us to make the best use of that time, but also make sure that we release you early so that you can go and do your own things. So, Sawa. Then, last but not least, there is a law in Kenya that is called the Data Protection Act. It was enacted in 2019. And one of the requirements of that act is that when people are collecting data, including photographs, we need consent to do that. Sawa? So we are at a place where we are coming to you to seek consent of a couple of things. Number one, we have taken photos. We would want to share those photos, but of course, with the consent from you. My colleague, Obino, is it Obino or Ahmed? You're the one who's leading on the consent. Ahmed and his team in ICT, they have somewhere you will need to sign and give us consent, but also it is a process that we will be doing as we progress during the week. So tuulize kwa nini uoni picha yako kwa mtandao, it will only be because you have not given us permission. So if you want your photo, they have been taking very beautiful photos. If you want those photos, if you want them shared on our social media pages, please give us consent to do that. We are very adhere to the laws and regulations of this country, and that is one of them we do not want to miss. Sawa? So can we meet here at 2:30? Same room. I can see a hand there. Esban, can you please give them a mic? There's a question. And then as the mic is being given to them, something has come to my attention. We are also of different religions inside here, and we need to adhere to keep time. Even tomorrow, when we'll be going to our classes, please let's ensure that we are our brothers' keepers. Our Muslim brothers and sisters need to pray at 1 o'clock, and therefore, even as we will make our own rules in our different academies, let us also ensure that we put that into perspective. We are very sorry about today. Mutusamehe, lakini moving forward from tomorrow, we shall ensure that we keep that in mind. Yes.
Langu jina ni Hamisi, natoka Kisii. Hilo lilikuwa part of the kitu nilikuwa nataka kuulizia. Since naona Waislamu tuko wengi, kama kuna uwezekano tupewe room. Hiyo room inaweza kuwa tunaswali pale masaa yakifika.
Sawa sawa.
La pili, nilirealize wakati fulani watu walikuwa wameanza kulala. Tulianza tu, ungekuwa na energizer kidogo na pia mtu wa welfare as much as mko, tunaweza kuwa unajua siku 6 ama 5 ni siku mingi sana. Mkuwe na mtu mmoja wetu wa welfare as much as mko na vile vile energizer wailing. Thank you so much.
Asante Hamisi, we have taken note of that. Believe you me, from tomorrow tutakuwa tumerectify. Sawa. Tomorrow we'll be in smaller groups and therefore the interactions will be higher than it is today. But in the afternoon, believe you me, you are sorted. Okay? It is a well-being session where you are going to relax and to enjoy yourself. So please endeni mkule lunch. It is exactly 1:45. Nimejaribu keep time. Please go to the hotel, have your lunch and come back here at 2:30. Asante.
nalipa tax na hata siwezi afford kupanda taxi. Kwa banki sina kakitu, siwezi afford hata shati. Maji nanywa ya kanjo yako ya chupa za mapambo, nalimbia mtoto wako elimu ya juu, unanipa ya bure lakini ya utu. So nitapata wapi majibu ya maswali? Mahindi yenda wapi ya shilingi ya shule za msingi? Paula tumembona jina usimtume, lazima abuniwe tume. Tume matatizo hali mapasa tulificha kwa kabati, kazi kwa vijana, pesa kwa wazee. Tulimangamanga mkaza budget, I said. Lazima abuniwe tume. Sheria, 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 fuata sheria, 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 fuata sheria, 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 fuata sheria, sheria. Pia wewe wananchi, tabia zako ziko chini, unapenda kulipa hongo na kutumia njia za uongo, una mipango na hata watoto wa kando, haujui hata majina yao. Kura yako uliuza maini figo, ukakulia hadi dini, kisha wasema tukuthamini, na wewe hapo hawaaminiki, na wewe hapo
Big it when you need to slap somebody. Plain ufisadi. Kwani ulidhani t-shirt 50 bob leso sipia campaign ilikuwa free? 5-year loan investment. Utalipa akiingia parliament. We are one, amani we are one. Utumishi kokote, utumisi CCTV we were watching. Social insecurity na job opportunity ni kama mti ya kibiriti. Side moja heavy. Usiniambie Kenya kuna umaskini, kwani hizi fat fingers zinaipia nane? Maskando inatuletea kwa survival. Media define leadership na sura ukiweka front page na improve leadership. Ambia wase wa Twitter wa hashtag hii ama hash reality doesn't make a good TT. Commission of Inquiry wanakula commission bila kutupa ukweli, ni kubaya. Labda kukiwa kuzuri unashindwa nini mbaya? Machozi ya perpetrator inaweza dilute damu ya victim ilimwagika. After all is said and done, all will be said, nothing will be done. You're not my tribe, but you're my blood. lakini it doesn't have to take tragedy to go thus. Sheria, 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 fuata sheria, 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 fuata sheria, sheria. Nanipata na hata siwezi afford panda taxi. Kwa banki sina kakitu siwezi afford hata shati. Maji nanywa ya kanjo yako ya chupa za mapambo. Nanimbia mtoto wako elimu ya juu. Unanipa ya bure lakini ya utu. So nitapata wapi majibu ya maswali? Mahindi yenda wapi? Ya shilingi ya shule za msingi. Awe tumembona jana usimtume. Lazima abuniwe tume. Matatizo hali mapasa tulificha kwa kabati. Kazi kwa vijana, pesa kwa wazee. Tulimangamanga, mkaza budget, I said. Lazima abuniwe tume. Sheria, 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 fuata sheria, 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 fuata sheria, 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 fuata sheria, sheria. Pia wewe
Wananchi, tabia zako ziko chini, unapenda kulipa hongo na kutumia njia za uongo, una mipango na hata watoto wa kando, haujui hata majina yao. Kura yako uliuza maini figo, ukakulia hadi dini, kisha wasema tukuthamini, nawe hapo hawaaminiki, nawe hapo hawaaminiki.
Wapi kitero when you need to slap somebody? Plain ufisadi. Kwani ulidhani t-shirt 50 bob leso sipia campaign ilikuwa free? Ni 5-year loan investment. Utalipa akiingia parliament. Be a one, ama ni be a one. Utumishi kokote. Utumisi CCTV we were watching. Social insecurity na job opportunity ni kama mti ya kibiriti. Side moja heavy. Usiniambie Kenya kuna umaskini, kwani hizi fat fingers zinaibia nane? Maskando inatuletea na survival. Media define leadership na sura ukiweka front page na improve leadership. Ambia wasema Twitter wa hashtag hii ama hash reality doesn't make a good TT. Commission of inquiry wanakula commission bila kutupa ukweli, ni kubaya. Paka kukiwa kuzuri unashindwa nini mbaya? Machozi ya perpetrator inaweza dilute damu ya victim ilimwagika. After all is said and done, all will be said, nothing will be done. You're not my tribe, but you're my blood type. Like it doesn't have to take tragedy to go. That's Sheria, sheria, fuata, sheria, 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 fuata, sheria, 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 fuata, sheria, sheria. Nalipa tax na hata siwezi afford kupanda taxi. Kwa banki sina kakitu, siwezi afford hata shati. Maji nanywa ya kanjo yako ya chupa za mapambo. Nalipia mtoto wako elimu ya juu, unanipa ya bure lakini ya utu. So nitapata wapi majibu ya maswali? Tumaini enda wapi?
ya shilingi ya shule za msingi. Aula mtume, mbona jina usimtume? Lazima abuniwe tume. Tume. Matatizo hali makosa tulificha kwa kabati, kazi kwa vijana, pesa kwa wazee. Tulimangamanga, mkaza madet, I said. Lazima abuniwe tume. Sheria, 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 fuata sheria, sheria, oh, oh, sheria, fuata sheria, 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 oh, oh, fuata sheria, sheria. Pia wewe wananchi, tabia zako ziko chini, unapenda kulipa hongo na kutumia njia za uongo, una mipango na hata watoto wa kando, haujui hata majina yao. Kura yako uliuza mainifigo, ukakulia hadi dini, kisha wasema tukuthamini, na wewe hapo hawaaminiki, nawe hapo
Kitendo kwenye need to slap somebody. Plain ufisadi. Kwani ulidhani t-shirt 50 bob leso sipia campaign ilikuwa free? Ni 5-year loan investment. Utalipa akiingia parliament. We are one, amani we are one. Utumishi kokote, utumisi CCTV we were watching. Showing security na job opportunity ni kama mti ya kibiriti. Side moja heavy. Usiniambie Kenya kuna umaskini, kwani hizi fat fingers zinaibia nane? Scandal inatuletea kwa survival. Media define leadership na sura ukiweka front page na improve leadership. Ambia wase wa Twitter wa hashtag hii ama hash reality doesn't make a good TT. Commission of inquiry wanakula commission bila kutupa ukweli, ni kubaya. Mpaka kukiwa kuzuri unashindwa nini mbaya. Machozi ya perpetrator inaweza dilute damu ya victim ilimwagika. After all is said and done, all will be said, nothing will be done. You're not my tribe, but you're my blood type. Like it doesn't have to take tragedy to know this. Sheria, 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 oh, oh, sheria, fuata sheria, 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 fuata sheria, sheria.
Nalipa tax na hata siwezi afford panda taxi. Kwa banki sina kakitu siwezi afford hata shati. Maji nanywa ya kanjo yako ya chupa za mafo. Nanibia mtoto wako elimu ya juu. Unanipa ya bure lakini ya utu. So nitapata wapi majibu ya maswali? Mahindi nienda wapi? Ya shilingi ya shule za msingi. Aure mtume mbona jina usimtume? Lazima abuniwe tume. Lazima abuniwe tume. Mafikizo hali mapasa tulificha kwa kabati. Kazi kwa vijana, pesa kwa wazee. Tulikamanga, mkasa maded, I said. Abuniwe tume. Lazima abuniwe tume. Sheria, 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 fuata sheria, sheria, oh, oh, sheria yake, fuata sheria, 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 oh, oh, fuata sheria, sheria. Pia wewe wananchi, tabia zako ziko chini, unapenda kulipa hongo na kutumia njia za uongo, una mipango na hata watoto wa kando, haujui hata majina yenu. Kura yako uliuza maini figo, ukakulia hadi dini, kisha wasema tukuthamini, na wewe hapo hawaaminiki, na hapo
Kitendo when you need to slap somebody. Plain ufisadi. Kwani ulidhani t-shirt, 50 bob, leso, CPA campaign ilikuwa free? Ni 5-year loan investment. Utalipa akiingia parliament. Be a one, ama ni be a one. Utumishi kokote. Utumishi CCTV we were watching. Social insecurity na job opportunity ni kama mti ya kibiriti. Side moja heavy. Usiniambie Kenya kuna umaskini, kwani hizi part fingers zinaipia nane? Maskando inatuleta kwa survival. Media define leadership. Na sura ukiweka front page na improve leadership. Ambia wase wa Twitter wa hashtag hii ama hash reality doesn't make a good TT. Commission of Equality wanakula commission bila kutupa ukweli. Ni kubaya. Mpaka kukiwa kuzuri unashindwa nini mbaya. Machozi ya perpetrator inaweza dilute damu ya victim ilimwagika. After all is said and done, all will be said, nothing will be done. You're not my tribe, but you're my blood type. Like it doesn't have to take tragedy to hold us. Sheria, 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 fuata, sheria, 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 fuata, sheria, sheria. Nalipa tax na hata siwezi afford kupanda taxi. Kwa banki sina kakitu siwezi afford hata shati. Maji nanywa ya kanjo yako ya chupa za mapambo. Nalipia mtoto wako elimu ya bure juu. Unanipa ya bure lakini ya utu. So nitapata wapi majibu ya maswali? Maingienda wapi? Ya shilingi ya shule za msingi. Tumemaliza usimtume, lazima abuniwe tume. Lazima abuniwe tume. Matatizo hali makosa tulificha kwa kabati. Kazi kwa vijana, pesa kwa wazee. Tuliangamanga mpaka samadi I said. Tume. Lazima abuniwe tume. Sheria
sheria, sheria, fuata sheria, sheria, oh, oh, sheria, yeah, yeah. Fuata sheria, 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 oh, oh, fuata sheria, sheria. Pia wewe mwananchi, tabia zako ziko chini, unapenda kulipa hongo na kutumia njia za uongo, una mipango na hata watoto wa kando, haujui hata majina yao. Kura yako uliuza mainifika kulia hadi dini, kisha wasema tukuthamini, nawe hapo hawaaminiki, na hapo hawaaminiki. Wapi kitendo when you need to slap somebody? Plain ufisadi. Wewe ulidhani t-shirt 50 bob leso siku ya campaign ilikuwa free? Ni 5-year loan investment. Utalipa kingia parliament. Be a one, ama ni be a one. Utumishi kokote. Utu missing CCTV we were watching. Showing security na job opportunity ni kama mti ya kibiriti. Side moja heavy. Usiniambie Kenya kuna umaskini, kwani hizi fat fingers zinaipia nane? Scandal ina threaten our survival. Media define leadership, na sura ukiweka front page na improve leadership. Ambia sewa Twitter wa hashtag hii, ama hash reality doesn't make a good TV. Commission of inquiry wanakula commission bila kutupa ukweli, ni kubaya. Mpaka kukiwa kuzuri unashindwa nini mbaya. Machozi ya perpetrator inaweza dilute damu ya victim ilimwagika. After all is said and done, all will be said, nothing will be done. You're not my tribe, but you're my blood type. Lakini it doesn't have to take tragedy to know us. Sheria, sheria, fuata sheria, sheria, oh, oh, sheria, fuata sheria, 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 fuata sheria, sheria. Nalipa tax na hata siwezi afford panda taxi.
kwa banki sina kakitu, siwezi afford hata shati. Maji nanywa ya kanjo yako ya chupa za mapambo, nalipia mtoto wako elimu ya juu, kwa ya bure lakini ya so nitapata wapi majibu ya maswali? Mahindi yenda wapi ya shilingi ya shule za msingi? Tume mbona jisau simtume, lazima abuniwe tume. Lazima abuniwe tume. Matatizo hali mapasa tulificha kwa kabati, kazi kwa vijana, pesa kwa wazee, tulimangamanga mkasa budget. I said asuni sheria, sheria, fuata sheria, 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 fuata sheria, 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 fuata sheria, sheria. Pia wewe wananchi, tabia zako ziko chini, unapenda kulipa hongo na kutumia njia za uongo, una mipango na hata watoto wa kando, haujui hata majina yao. Kura yako uliuza mainifigo, kakulia hadi dini, kisha wasema tukuthamini, nawe hapo hawaaminiki, nawe hapo hawaaminiki.
Wapi kitero when you need to slap somebody? Plain ufisadi. Kwani ulidhani t-shirt, 50 bob, leso, siku ya campaign ilikuwa free? Ifanye pia loan investment. Utalipa kingia parliament. We are one, amani we are one. Utumishi kokote, utumisi CCTV we were watching. Social insecurity na job opportunity ni kama mti ya kibiriti. Side moja heavy. Usiniambie Kenya kuna umaskini, kwani hizi part thinkers zinaibia nane? Maskando inatuletea na survival. Media define leadership, na sura ukiweka front page na improve leadership. Ambia wase wa Twitter wa hashtag hii ama hash reality doesn't make a good TT. Commission of Equality wanakula commission bila kutupa ukweli, ni kubaya. Mpaka kukiwa kuzuri unashindwa nini mbaya. Machozi ya perpetrator inaweza dilute damu ya victim ilimwagika. After all is said and done, all will be said, nothing will be done. You're not my tribe, but you're my blood type. Lakini it doesn't have to take tragedy to know this.
sheria, sheria, fuata sheria, sheria, oh, oh, sheria, fuata sheria, 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 fuata sheria, sheria. Nanipata na hata siwezi afford panda taxi. Kwa banki sina kakitu siwezi afford hata shati. Maji nanywa ya kanjo yako ya chupa za mapambo. Nanibia mtoto wako elimu ya juu. Unanipa ya bure lakini ya so nitapata wapi majibu ya maswali? Mahindi yenda wapi? Ya shilingi ya shule za msingi. Aura tumebona jana usimtume, lazima abuniwe tume. Matatizo hali mapasa tulificha kwa kabati. Kazi kwa vijana, pesa kwa wazee. Tulipangamanga, mkaza budget, I said. Lazima abuniwe tume. Sheria, 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 fuata sheria, sheria, oh, oh, sheria, fuata sheria, 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 oh, oh, fuata sheria, sheria. Pia wewe
Wananchi, tabia zako ziko chini, unapenda kulipa hongo na kutumia njia za uongo, una mipango na hata watoto wa kando, haujui hata majina yao. Kura yako uliuza magnifique, ukakulia hadi dini, kisha wasema tukuthamini, nawe hapo hawaaminiki, nawe hapo
Wapi kitero when you need to slap somebody? Plain ufisadi. What ulidhani? T-shirt, 50 bob, leso, CPA campaign. Ilikuwa free. Ni 5-year loan investment. Utalipa akiingia parliament. We are one. Amani, we are one. Utumishi kokote. Utumisi. CCTV, we were watching. No showing security na job opportunity ni kama mti ya kibiriti. Side moja heavy. Usiniambie Kenya kuna umaskini, kwani hizi fat fingers zinaibia nane? Maskando inatuletea na survival. Media define leadership na sura ukiweka front page na improve leadership. Ambia wase wa Twitter wa hashtag hii ama hash reality doesn't make a good TT. Commission of inquiry wanakula commission bila kutupa ukweli, ni kubaya. Mpaka kukiwa kuzuri unashindwa nini mbaya. Machozi ya perpetrator inaweza dilute damu ya victim ilimwagika. After all is said and done, all will be said, nothing will be done. You're not my tribe, but you're my blood type. Like it doesn't have to take tragedy to know this. Sheria, sheria, fuata sheria, 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 fuata sheria, sheria. Nalipa tax na hata siwezi afford panda taxi. Kwa banki sina kakitu siwezi afford hata shati. Maji nanywa ya kanjo yako ya chupa za mapambo. Nanibia mtoto wako elimu ya bure tu, unanipa ya bure lakini ya so nitapata wapi majibu ya maswali? Mahindi yenda wapi?
shilingi ya shule za msingi. Maua tumepona jina usimtume, lazima abuniwe tume. Lazima abuniwe tume. Mapendezo hali mapasa tulificha kwa kabati, hadi kwa vijana, pesa kwa wazee. Tulipanga mkaza budget, I said. Lazima abuniwe tume. Sheria, 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 fuata sheria, sheria, sheria yake, fuata sheria, 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 fuata sheria, sheria. Pia wewe wananchi, tabia zako ziko chini, unapenda kulipa hongo na kutumia njia za uongo, una mipango na hata watoto wa kando, haujui hata majina yenu. Kura yako uliuza mainifigo, ukakulia hadi dini, kisha wasema tukuthamini, na wewe hapo hawaaminiki, nawe hapo
Kitendo kwenye nick, you slap somebody. Plain ufisadi. Kwa tulidhani t-shirt 50 bob lessons siku ya campaign ilikuwa free. Ni 5-year loan investment. Utalipa akiingia parliament. We are one. Amani we are one. Utumishi kokote. Utumisi CCTV we were watching. Social insecurity na job opportunity ni kama mti ya kibiriti. Side moja heavy. Usiniambie Kenya kuna umaskini, kwani hizi fat fingers zinaibia nane? Maskando inatuletea kwa survival. Media define leadership na sura ukiweka front page na improve leadership. Ambia wase wa Twitter wa hashtag hii ama hash reality doesn't make a good TT. Tumbisho of equality wanakula commission bila kutupa ukweli, ni kubaya mpaka kukiwa kuzuri unashindwa nini mbaya. Machozi ya perpetrator inaweza dilute damu ya victim ilimwagika. After all is said and done, all will be said, nothing will be done. You're not my tribe, but you're my blood brother. Lakini it doesn't have to take tragedy to vote us. Sheria, sheria, fuata sheria, sheria, sheria yake, fuata sheria, 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 fuata sheria, sheria.
Nanipata na hata siwezi afford panda taxi. Kwa banki sina kakitu, siwezi afford hata shati. Maji nanywa ya kanjo yako ya chupa za mapambo, na nibia mtoto wako elimu ya bure tu, unanipa ya bure lakini ya utu. So nitapata wapi majibu ya maswali, maienda wapi ya shilingi ya shule za msingi? Auwe tumemwona jana usimtume, lazima abuniwe tume. Lazima abuniwe tume. Matatizo hali makosa tulipicha kwa kati, kazi kwa vijana, pesa kwa wazee. Tulipangamanga mkaza budget, I said. Tume. Lazima abuniwe tume. Sheria, 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 fuata sheria, sheria, oh, sheria, fuata sheria, 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 oh, fuata sheria, sheria. Pia wewe wananchi, tabia zako ziko chini, unapenda kulipa hongo na kutumia njia za uongo, una mipango na hata watoto wa kando, haujui hata majina yenu. Kura yako uliuza magnifico, ukakulia hadi dini, kisha wasema tukuthamini, nawe hapo hawaaminiki, nawe hapo
Kitendo when you need to slap somebody. Plain ufisadi. What ulidhani? T-shirt, 50 bob, lessons, CPA campaign. Ilikuwa free. Ni 5-year loan investment. Utalipa akiingia parliament. We are one. Amani, we are one. Utumishi kokote. Utumisi. CCTV, we were watching. Mission security na job opportunity ni kama mti ya kibiriti. Side moja help me. Usiniambie Kenya kuna umaskini, kwani hizi fat fingers zinaipia nane? Maskando inatuletea na survival. media define leadership, na suna ukiweka front page na improve leadership. Ambia wase wa Twitter wa hashtag hii ama hash reality doesn't make a good TT. Tumission of equality wanakula commission bila kutupa ukweli, ni kubaya. Mpaka kukiwa kuzuri unashindwa nini mbaya. Machozi ya perpetrator inaweza dilute damu ya victim ilimwagika. After all is said and done, all will be said, nothing will be done. You're not my tribe, but you're my blood type. Lakini it doesn't have to take tragedy to build us. Sheria, 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 fuata, sheria, 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 fuata, sheria, sheria.
Check 1, 2.
Nanipata na hata siwezi afford kupanda taxi. Kwa banki sina kakitu, siwezi afford hata shati. Maji nanywa ya kanjo yako ya chupa za mapambo. Naribia mtoto wako elimu ya juu, unanipa ya bure lakini ya utu. So nitapata wapi majibu ya maswali, tumaini yenda wapi? Ya shilingi ya shule za msingi, uwe tumembona jina usimtume, lazima abuniwe tume. Lazima abuniwe tume. Mafikizo hali mapasa tulipicha kwa kabati. Kazi kwa vijana, pesa kwa wazee. Tulimangamanga, mkaza madet, I said. Lazima abuniwe tume. Sheria,
Sheria, sheria, fuata sheria, sheria, oh, oh, sheria, fuata sheria, 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 oh, oh, fuata sheria, sheria. From the state cataract. Utomes cara, naweza wacha bila kung'ang'ana, lakini hawa wasichana vile nawapenda nikakaa. So generation, I'm not that we take up. Siya wakivuta na pia, lakini kuna siri nawaipia lete. See, I'm not addicted to alcohol. I'm not a victim. Yalimpata sasa, yakampata solo. Situation got tricky. Kila shimo na panda miti. Contribution kwa timu visi. Nakura. Hii situation got tricky. Usiniweke kamba kwa shingo. Confess God. Naweza wacha bila lakini hawasichana tena wapenda kama ana fun. Tell them just that we tell a house on that. Eti alivunja shingo akalembiwa, katoa pigo pinyeani, na hivyo ndivyo alijichomea. Situation imekuwa tricky, kuna shimo alipanda miti, na hivi sasa kako kamiti kwa jela. Hii situation imekuwa tricky, usiniweke kamba kwa shingo. Poses ukarana, naweza wacha hilo na lakini hawasichana tena wapenda kama we are together. Poses ukarana, naweza wacha hilo na lakini hawasichana tena wapenda. We are together. सोना नू बनिया मेरे लिए रातां यानी सोना बनिया मेरे लिए रातां
ਜਦੋਂ ਸੋ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਸਾਰੇ ਮੈਂ ਉੱਠ ਕੇ ਬਹਿ ਜਾਵਾਂ ਰੱਜ ਕੇ ਰੋਣ ਲਈ ਲੁਕ ਕੇ ਬਹਿ ਜਾਵਾਂ ਜਦੋਂ ਸੋ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਸਾਰੇ ਨੀ ਮੈਂ ਰੱਜ ਕੇ ਲਈ ਲੁਕ ਕੇ ਬਹਿ ਜਾਵਾਂ ਪਲਕਾਂ ਸਨ ਵਧੀਆਂ ਚੋਣ ਨੂੰ ਬਣੀਆਂ ਸਿਰੇ ਦੀ ਰਾਤਾਂ ਹੁਣ ਬਣੀਆਂ ਨੇ ਪੀਆਂ ਦੀ ਰਾਤਾਂ ਸੋਹਣ ਬਣੀਆਂ ਨੇ ਮੇਰੇ ਲਈ ਰਾਤਾਂ ਹੁਣ ਬਣੀਆਂ ਨੇ ਚੜ ਆਵੇ ਰਾਤ ਸਬਰ ਆਵੇ ਜੇ ਅੱਖ ਲੱਗ ਜੇ ਗਲਤੀ ਨਾਲ ਤੂੰ ਹੋਰਾਂ ਨਾ ਨਜ਼ਰ ਆਵੇ ਨਾ ਰਾਤ ਸੱਚੀ ਜੇ ਅੱਖ ਲੱਗ ਜੇ ਸੀਨਾ ਤੂੰ ਹੋਰਾਂ ਨਾ ਨਜ਼ਰ ਆਵੇ ਸੁੱਤੀਆਂ ਯਾਦਾਂ ਤੜਪਾਉਣ ਮੇਰੇ ਦੀ ਰਾਤਾਂ ਨੇ ਪੀਆਂ ਦੀ ਤਾਂ ਸੋਹਣ ਬਣੀਆਂ ਨੇ ਮੇਰੇ ਲਈ ਰਾਤਾਂ ਹੁਣ ਬਣੀਆਂ ਨੇ ਸੌਂਦੇ ਹੋ ਜੋ ਯਾਰ ਨਾ ਵਸਦੇ ਨੇ ਸੁਪਨਿਆਂ ਵਿੱਚ ਵੀ ਜੋ ਪਿਆਰ ਨੂੰ ਤੱਕਦੇ ਨੇ ਬੜੀ ਚੈਨ ਨਾਲ ਸੌਂਦੇ ਜੋ ਯਾਰ ਵਸਦੇ ਨੇ ਸੁਪਨਿਆਂ ਵਿੱਚ ਵੀ ਜੋ ਪਿਆਰ ਤੱਕਦੇ ਨੇ ਹਿੰਮਤੀ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਚਿੰਜਰਿਲ ਹੋਣ ਨੂੰ ਬਣੀਆਂ ਨੇ ਮੇਰੇ ਲਈ ਰਾਤਾਂ ਬਣੀਆਂ ਨੇ ਪੀਆਂ ਦੀ ਰਾਤਾਂ ਸੋਹਣ ਬਣੀਆਂ ਨੇ ਮੇਰੇ ਲਈ ਰਾਤਾਂ ਹੁਣ ਬਣੀਆਂ ਨੇ ਛੂਇਆ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਦੇ ਜਿਸਮ ਤੇਰੇ ਨੂੰ ਤੂੰ ਇਹ ਨਾ ਸਮਝੀ ਕਿ ਪਿਆਰ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰਿਆ ਸਨਮ ਦਿਲ ਤੋਂ ਤੇਰੀ ਕਰੀ ਆ ਇੱਜ਼ਤ ਸਾਈਓ ਇੱਜ਼ਤ ਤੇਰੀ ਤੇ ਵਾਰ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰਿਆ ਸਾਈਓ ਇੱਜ਼ਤ ਤੇਰੀ ਤੇ ਵਾਰ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰਿਆ
Now that from now on.
Get you some money. Stare at them niggas' face. But if it was all so easy. Well, right before the cries come the laughter. All I want is peace while this money I'm chasing after. You fall into the trap of the streets, you gon' get captured. Don't let them God first and take care of families, all that matters. See, right before the sun shine, you gotta know it rains. Blessed with too much to lose, but yet so much to gain. I dealt with the pain, now it's time to embrace the pleasure. I do it all, so I'm built to deal with whatever. Every day waking up, thanking God how I made it through my endeavors. Thank you, God. When it rains, we can never predict the weather. In my mind, thinking niggas could come together for real. Chance of seeing that happen is probably never. When niggas you're getting heavy, know they gon' hate. Or they want you to feed them, better fix your own plate. Money never made me, instead I made money. All my niggas shining and they never felt shade from it. Jealousy is too ill, get comfortable and you will. Fall by the hand of the one you trust, shit is too real. And man, I got a long list of homies from the west side. Died by the hands of a nigga from the west side. Homicide, gunplay, that's just a way of life. Yeah, it's bad, but why the good ones gotta pay the price? Stay low, make your moves, but do it at a pace. Wanna survive, get paper and stay out them niggas' face. Right before the cries come the laughter. All I want is peace while this money I'm chasing after. You fall into the trap of the streets, you gon' get captured. Don't let them God first and take care of families, all that matters. See, right before the sun shine, you gotta know it rains. Left with too much to lose, but yet so much to gain. I dealt with the pain, now it's time to embrace the pleasure. Get through it all, so I'm built to deal with whatever. Lord knows I took many L's, so I knew that if I stayed down one day I prevail. Just to get a piece of heaven, man, I went through hell. The same ones that doubted now, they feel like I owe them. Tell them the check is in the mail. Trying to break the cycle of generational curses. Still paying dues and I'm waiting on reimbursement. Everybody eat at the table, that's the business. Yeah, food for thought. When it's done, I do the dishes. Bitches just want your bread. Niggas just want your bitch. Life will throw you a curve, swinging at every pitch. I'm giving niggas the game, it's ways to get a bag. Driven with ambition, the haters want to see you crash. Just want to live life and take care of my family. When you real, ain't no awards, no plaques, no Grammys. Peace of mind is what I'm after. And crying is real, and niggas thinking they exempt because they caught up in the laughter. Right before the cries come the laughter. All I want is peace while this money I'm chasing after. You fall into the trap of the streets, you gon' get capped. Don't let them God first and take care of families, all that matters. Right before the sun shine, you gotta know it rains. Left with too much to lose, but yet so much to gain. I dealt with the pain, now it's time to embrace the pleasure. Into it all, so I'm built to deal with whatever. Love won't always outweigh the hate. But you niggas out here on that bullshit, killing over nothing. Same thing make you laugh, nigga. You better have that same energy when it's time to cry. Brace yourself, nigga. Hold your head high. Take the same shit you dished out, nigga. For real.
So if you're not the best or fastest writer, you have to check out this AI. Quillbot has a 6-in-1 AI-powered writing tool that has been helping over 50 million writers worldwide. All I had to do was enter my text into the input box, and Quillbot's paraphraser made my writing 10 times better. And they even have tools like grammar check, and you never make a mistake again. You can try Quillbot's most powerful tools for free. Give it a try today.
That storytelling. So fresh is on the beat. Wasijana make it. Ona kuniita baby. Situinani nita mapenzi. How can one man find it hard to be one? Oh, pick up an hour and minute. I think it's a bit. Even you are shining city. I'm like, no, 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 God. And one of us things. It's all sign of liberty. Do the Swahili deadly. I love upon Nikita, not Nikita. Kiss it thing visa. So when I know to go crazy. Oh, I go crazy. I love upon Nikita, and not Nikita. Kiss it thing visa. When I know to go crazy. Oh, I go crazy. So generation would know I'm out of there. Let me see your body move, my God, right now. Oh, put it on. You know it. Let's out there right beside you. Yes, you are my kind of baby. Oh, oh, oh. Pick up an hour and you're getting. I do it as a getting. If anyone shall city, I'm like, no, 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 no. And no one of us things. It's all sign of liberty. Do that's why it deadly. I love Ukuna, Nikita, and not Nikita. Is it thing bizarre? So when I know to go crazy. Oh, to go crazy. I love Ukuna, Nikita, and not Nikita. Is it thing bizarre? But I know to go crazy. Oh, what's so crazy? Say, back it up, to not back it up. Because I think it's all time, but that's what I'm crazy. Oh, it's crazy.
Ilibidi nioshe kila kitu mara mbili. Sikuwa na otherwise, nikarudia Ariel. Mi hupata clean and fresh results.
Ariel, usafi bora kwa mwosho mmoja tu. Dimension, you got me in another dimension. Machine, another dimension. You got me in another dimension. Bring it up slow. You about to begin, do you ready go? Think about it, baby, you get it so. Worldwide is international. To the bottom, heading on the low. I am nobody is with the blow. Let me know she go. Worldwide is international. We control, we control, control, control. Worldwide is dimension. You can be in another dimension. Why die? Another dimension. You can be in another dimension. Why dimension? You can be in another dimension. Why another dimension? You can be in another dimension. Why? You wanna change, yeah. If you wanna chill with a winner, pull up on a nigga, nikuonyeshe maisha, yeah. Itabikisa, sikisa, anywhere you, I'm ready to go. Say my twandi, body, I'm a twende to be control, be control, control, take control, dimension. You can be in another dimension. Why not? Another dimension. You can be in another dimension. Dimension. You can be in another dimension. Why? Another dimension. You can be in another dimension. Why? Jump into dimension. Why? Another dimension. Jump into dimension. Why? Control. 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 Where you control. One right is one. Kukosana na wewe sikutarajia, kuwa mbali na wewe akimeniacha babani, kutengana na wewe imenibadilisha sana, nimetamani nilewe kina kunywa na sasa mataambia niwape chini. Haya mapenzi yalinoga na kumbuka tulipeana majini, leo pike tomato mitani ikileta fitina, ukawa uambiliki nami kichwa changu na kikavimba, nikawa sisembeze kichwa inauma, lakini nitazoea, inauma lakini nitazoea, aliye mwanaume duniani kuzoea, aliye binadamu duniani ni kuzoea, unashindwa. Dance yo, dance, dance tulikamata hadi usiku wa manane. Yes yo, yes, kesi tukakubali tutapendana milele.
Nyimbo shanga wewe Kamisi na kuliwaja na nusanga ndio mila. Oh yo yo, tunaambia nini watu rejini? Haya mapenzi yazinoga na kumbuka kila bata na pia. Baada ya kupata shetani kani tuingilia. Akatuweka sana hilo vito pali menipikisha. Nata na naofanya umanikini tasowe. Lakini mtasowe. Ya binadamu duniani kusoea. Haki ya wanaume duniani kusoea. Hivyo nashindwa mama. Lakini mtasowe. Lakini mtasowe. Ya binadamu duniani kusoea. Haki ya wanaume duniani kusoea. Hivyo nashindwa.
Don't do no games on the back time. Always been rapping the same thing. Energy that's so insane, but I like my numbers from more. Feelings getting way too strong. You've been waiting way too long. Shout out to my ex, he gon' hate this. Don't don't. I'm just you want it, you wait. When I hit about one, all I can do is who calls at the front. Have you say my, have you say my name? Now it's fine, now it's fine. Sex, who's keeping score? Now you won't leave it. Rehearsing, repeating. Oh, rehearsing, repeating. Rehearsing, repeating. Oh, rehearsing, repeating. It's undefeated. Oh,
It's on never to say nothing. Pull up, you know how I'm coming. Girl, I'm always paying attention. So I remember all your favorite positions. To your body. So every time you get excited, I can feel it calling. For me, yeah. Don't, don't, I'm so jail.
you feel about what can't do this. Don't let the fall. Have you say my, have you say my name? I can't do close it. All the close. Say
My name.
That was six. Who's keeping score?
Score.
Who's my pick? Oh, who's my pick? Who's my pick? Oh, who's my pick? It's undefeated. Oh, oh, we're here now. So what you gonna do? Oh, I'm a good girl, bad habits. You can look close, but you can't have it. Real, must be magic. Now take it back down, show me you got balance. Can you do a trick? Make me do a fit. Look me in my eyes, so let's dance.
Pick 'em out and I check 'em off. Take the check and I'm jetting off 'cause I do it. I don't have to, but I'm choosing. I'm busting straps like a heavy load. Everyone know I'm shooting. Got a couple mags, I will reload. If you think I'm out, you assuming. Yeah, it's a war zone, no rebirth. I carry tools and I'm looting. Ain't heard the knocks, but you snoozing. Alarm clock must be muted. I go Duke on them and nuke 'em. They sleeping in while they sleeping on me. I'm creeping in with a vest upon me. I'm bulletproof, call me John Gotti. Shoot to kill, caught a few bodies. Never found, make 'em nobodies. The never found gets us nobodies. Cold case in a deep freeze, they don't know about it. I ain't good about it. Keep a pull, I won't go without it. Let it blow, that's nice out like a power outage. Yeah, money outweigh my problems. I guess I'm out of balance. Yeah, rap game real saturated. I guess they out of talent. Hey, Chuck Taylors with a 4-5 rocking everywhere like it's all fashion. Pull it out and it's all tragic. They tripping on me. They don't know what I'm gripping on. They don't know that I'll flip off. Know when I pull it out, I can't switch it off. They tripping on me. They don't know what I'm gripping on. They don't know that I'll flip them off. They don't know when I pull it out, I can't switch it off. There. When I pull it out, I can't switch it off. When I pull it out, got this bitching off. I'm hitting shits like I'm back and forth to the bathroom and I'm switching drawers. Cut a brick like I pulled a knife out the kitchen drawer. I don't ask, I just do. What the fuck you think I need permission for? Extended mail like 53, I just call it pimping. Hey, necklace costs like 63, got the collar dripping. Hey, pockets on obesity, call him Peter Griffin. You need a pigeon, I need a fee to get it. You want him dead, I need a fee to get him. I'm trapped out, I'm masked up, got whole bricks for wholesale. They wrapped up in plastic and oil, they won't smell. Changing the weather, that cocaine bring cold spells. Chains untold wealth, boat planes we both dealt. We did it all with no help. That's all cash from the clientele. Stress slabs and big bags coming straight to us from the cartel. Know what they talking about. If they talk to me, then I'll chuck them out. Shay him down, he can't walk it out. I'm dropping heat while they dropping out. They tripping on me. They don't know what I'm gripping on. They don't know that I'll flip off. They don't know when I pull it out, I can't switch it off. They tripping on me. They don't know what I'm gripping on. They don't know that I'll flip them off. They don't know when I pull it out, I can't switch it off. There. And what they don't know, they'll never learn. Cause you gotta survive an experience to learn from that shit. Father, forgive them cause I can. Yeah. Rockstar. Just for your love, little mama. Tell me, are you coming back home in the summer? You might just find I am moved on, little mama. How long should I wait for your love, little mama? Should I look for myself, little mama? Even though just sana baby, that's the tower. I might just find another number. How long should I wait for your love, little mama? Ah, little mama. Me too, Isha. You're looking for love, for me the one, and suddenly, Isha. Suddenly, Isha. Aisha, him to make a life and love to be the one I say you're telling Aisha, but we don't know for this way. Because they see and such a like a purchase and a touch of strength. Something and such a like a purchase, touch it.
Should I wait for your love? Then I'm mama. Tell me how you coming to cook in the summer. You must just find out who found me. Or should I wait for you? Sometimes my ego gets into the way. When don't you up toxic? Cause you only this now, see me vanish. Watch out that I'm toxic. You feel some type of way when I call you, watch you don't answer. You feel some type of way, no see pain, you book it for fun. Losing my mind, and I see you with your new plan. Say you own life, but you don't wanna reply. Losing my mind, I see you with your new plan. Through the online. Don't wanna say goodbye. You for you. Like coming to come in the sun. You must just find out I'm not sure. They for you. They don't mind. They don't want. What's wrong with you making I'm gone.
Every curl has its own way. New Curl Expression by L'Oreal Professional. Concentrated with glycerin, urea, and hibiscus seed. For 2 times more hydration, 11 times more definition. Express your curls the pro way. Only by L'Oreal Professional.
When a good girl gone bad, what you gonna do? Run, go meet a dad. What I do? Watch this. Love confession. She's a hot girl. She been love about Africa. Streaming out what Africa. I wanna break her. She's a hot girl. She been love about Africa. Streaming out what Africa. I wanna break her. So tell me why you do me so. Tell me why you do me so. So tell me why you do me so. Tell me why you do me so. Tell me me spend all me money, spend all me cash. Call you me honey, but me threw me fun trash. And you think say me gonna leave you like that? No way. Why you do me like that, yeah? Girl, I'm waiting on you. You would amazing on you. Me never send them forward. In my life, I never seen melody so dark. You're a queen of dance floor. I socialize when I rubbish scene, babe. Would you put me in your diary? In my life, I never seen melody so dark. You're a queen of the dance floor. I socialize rubbish scene, babe. Would you put me in your diary? She got paper. She bend up a paper. Stealing up what a paper. I don't wanna paper. She's a friend. She bent up a friend. Steaming out what a friend. Boy, I want that better. So tell me why you do me so. Me so. So tell me why you do me so.
I think I saw you in the magazine, or maybe on TV. Like Junior plus 20 queen, you're a queen. And if you know me well, you know I don't kiss and tell, but I want you to myself, baby.
In my life, we never seen pleasant things. After the queen of the dance, special life on the legacy. Won't you put me in your diary? In my life, we never seen pleasant things. After the queen of the dance floor, night special life on the legacy. Put me in your diary. She's a friend. Oh yeah, she been up my friend. Stimming up what I pray. Oh yo, I wanna thank you. One of my friends, she been up my friend. Stimming what I pray. Oh yeah, wanna dance. Oh, you know it's up. It's up. Yeah. So tell me why you do me so. Tell me why you do me so. Charlie, in my life, I never seen melanin body shaking like a tambourine all night. In a me head, you are the melody, baby. In a me head, you are the melody. In my life, I never seen melanin so dark. You're the queen of the dance floor night. Such a light one I'd always seen, baby. Would you put me in your diary? Heartbreak. She bent heartbreak. Give me not what I baby. I'm on a date, yeah. She's a heartbreak. She bent up a break. Steering up what a babe. And I'm on a date, yeah.
Lake Turkana Wind Power, Kenya's green energy gem. By investing in wind energy and thus reducing Kenya's reliance on fuel imports, Lake Turkana Wind Power is powering economic and social development, driving sustainability, empowering communities, and combating climate change. Lake Turkana Wind Power, the largest wind farm in Africa, powering every seventh light bulb in every Kenyan home. Lake Turkana Wind Power, powering the nation.
I think we fell in love too fast. African nights in a pool rush. And I remember you refused to kiss me. And now you're using my toothbrush. You say you think I talk too much. That I'm not your type and you don't like the hype. Cause your daddy is a preacher. Now you're wearing my t-shirt. And I don't want this night to end before you know I love you. I don't want this night to end before you know I need you. Na muda usiniishie nikwambie I love you. I don't want this night to you know I need you. So I'ma keep it short and sweet. DJ play the song on repeat. For the other dance to the beat. Holy fuck, I'm a ton of feel so sweet. Holy fuck, I'm a ton of feel so sweet. Short and sweet. DJ play the song on repeat. For the other dance to the beat. Holy fuck, I'm a ton of feel so sweet. Holy fuck, I'm a ton of feel so sweet. Yeah. You wanna do the right thing, you find this too exciting. Your friends tell you put it to come in the high risk, throw that shit behind me. Come sit beside me. If you got too much class, then do me like assignments. Please don't remind me of the bad times. Your sugar sweet, your icy, but in my eye, it shouldn't be so hard to make up your mind. Just do it one time for the one time. Itakufaa ukiparticipate vile nimejitolea ungejua unge appreciate lighting intimate 1+68 usirasha tukitoka sahi you'll still be late. Usiache chance ya kufeel regret. How much higher than this can you ever get? Any Mount Everest. And by sunrise I'm gone. I'm not here that long. Keep it short and sweet. DJ play the song on repeat. For the other dance to the beat. Holy fuck, I'm a ton of feels. Holy fuck, I'm a ton of feels. Short and sweet. DJ play the song on repeat. For the other dance to the beat. Holy fuck, I'm a ton of feels. Not far for hii drip ni bed sita na sina kiti sote kalia kitandana
Nikitanda na ni 4x6, usingizi waponoka ku 6 feet. Kabla nizame 6 inch deep, jani seti mood na maudi, na ngoma za kabakata udi, na ngoma za Oliver Mtukami.
Getting closer, let's get warmer, lose the tension, be together. I know how to treat you better. This moment unforgettable. With this feelings undeniable. Moyo shajipa kwani na nafsi imekubali, mekimbiza nyuma asali, oh Lord. I'ma keep it short and sweet. DJ play this song on repeat, but you are not on the beat. Ulipokamata na feel so sweet. Ulipokamata na feel so sweet. Short and sweet. DJ play this song on repeat. Ulipokamata na feel so sweet. Ulipokamata na feel so sweet.
You wanna do the right thing, you find it too exciting. Your friends tell you to come mini high risk, throw that shit behind me. Come sit beside me. If you got too much class, then do me like assignment.
New Sensodyne Complete Protection Plus. Get all-in-one protection. Plus the superior cleaning action. Add a boost to your daily oral care with new Sensodyne Complete Protection Plus.
Oh, Susanna, I hope you're happy now. See you flexing on the ground with some sponsor. Susanna, hope you're happy now. See you change the skin color and your hair is longer now. Now for my body. Confession set there. Who cares on a coming here? None of my big days. And I see you around, silicone on your palm. Checking what your doctor cared. On your one's behavior,
Mwanamke tabia, shepu ni majaliwa, ila wengi walinyimwa na shepu kiwa. Mwanamme hisia, pesa ni majaliwa, ila wengi walinyimwa hisia. Pesa kabarikiwa na kuona pasiri, hiyo vijilewe, ukiongezewa nywele senye, na nomalisete. And I see you in China with the necklace inside, shaking what you got to get it from. On your behavior, son of a day. If you get lost, somebody loves you. Son of a day. Change your mind and talk. Somebody loves.
Aisenja nakosa usingizi usiku kucha mina dua. Aisenja kilini moyoni bado we wanizuzua. When are you coming home, stranger? Tell me, are you on your way? If you tukipenda na Romeo na Julia. Aisenja nakosa usingizi usiku kucha mina dua. Aisenja kilini moyoni bado we wanizuzua. When are you coming? Tell me, are you on your way? You better keep in. You know me and I truly. I send the kindness. And what's my baby? Change your mind. Something.
Wakasunda misinga hawakujua situko mavela wakaita polisi shabiki wakaficha msosi wakatupata na dishi mezani kila kona walifunga milango wakatupata tuko ndani nao wakaita makancho kumbe ni sisi huwalipa sana wapwao lazima mitaa shabiki wakapaki kwenye testo Mimi wekundu sa wanafuata nyayo
Wakaja na umati, wakageuka kuwa wafuasi, wakaja na madini, wakapata tusha za mafanini, nyele za kiparati, lakini si mikoto ya makasi. Risasi mwendo kati, na jirani msiwachwe mbaya.
Sini wakajipata wako kaskazini wakaja na makiki lakini si tukaja na msiki Hey, hata wazime tatu tazidi kupate hivi vitu havitatangiukia kisha kumbika kisha kisha
www.djshinsky.com
Mixing the best international music. It's your favorite DJ, DJ Shinsky. DJ Shinsky.
So insecure, don't make love with the lights on. So insecure, she don't wanna talk about it. And I'm so insecure, one day she leaves me. DJ Shinsky. She find another guy who make her happier than I. Couldn't give up. Please, please, stop the not my love. But I see your angels, and I hope you see this. You're insecure. Oh, I'm insecure. So insecure. I'm insecure. I'm so insecure. Usomanga message ukiniachia phone. I'm so insecure. I'm never telling you about it. Yeah. Oh, when I swim on a t-shirt, you never leave your house with no makeup on. But let's not talk about it. Yeah, yeah. See me machisi, itwacho sana, kipolisi. It's free, and I hope you feel the same. But you're insecure. Oh, my insecure. Oh, my insecure. You know insecure. Why are we still so insecure? Don't know what we're running from. And I'm breaking, but before we crash and burn, hope we see the light. I hope we see the but you yourself other keep on making see and shut up my name. It's not for me, and I hope you came and stay. She did what I take a sleeping my chick is it. Touch yourself other keep on making see. It's not for me. It's chaos. I'm insecure. You're insecure. Insecure. Telenovela, wakasunda visinga hawakujua situko mabela wakaita polisi polisi pia ni shabiki wakaficha msosi wakatupata na dishi mezani kila kona wakatupata tuko ndani ndao wakaita makanjo kumbe ni sisi huwalipa sana wakwao lazima mitambo shabiki wakapaki kwenye deso sa wanafuata nyayo kaja na umati wakageuka kuwa wafuasi wakaja na madini wakapata tushazama kwa nini nyene za kifarasi lakini si mikoto ya makasi wakati nadidadi msipake na wakajipata wako kaskazini wakaja na makiki lakini si tukaja na msingi
hata wasimecha tutazidi kupate. Oh, oh, oh. Hivi vitu havitatangiukia kisha na kufunika watu yakiandika kisafisha nimechoka tu kupretend. I know I'm jumping in the deep end. What you doing for the weekend?
And I know right here we can't really go. I want this land to be different. I like it when you get into my deep end.
Ukieleza madhara ndilo jina matama na kichwani umejaza mawazo. Niko tayari kusarenda na kusema na kutenda ila tu wewe unipe mkono. No. Feel let's roll out. Wanna have a conversation, maybe roll on. Take you somewhere higher, give you more life. We really feeling your flavor, sana.
I'll give you everything you need and more. I sit there, you did like to kick it on the low. I know you wanna get a taste of my flavor, Sana. Boy, next door. All the time you can stare at me, my face, yeah. He's the boy next door when it's close to my heart. Baby, but I guess that you're looking for a sexy cat. The kind with the take away your fever, yeah. The kind with your intention all night long. Tell me to be sexy.
On the down look up in love with me, not the jungle and the Zamati Wayanyan. Niko tayari, kupenda January, December on my head, and don't let me go. No. Feel like slow out. Wanna have a conversation, maybe roll on. Take you somewhere higher, give you more life. We really feeling your flavor, sana.
I'll give you everything you need and more. I sit there, you did like to kick it on the low. I know you wanna get a taste of my flavors, Lana. Boy, next door.
I think I'm crazy. But don't look up in love and me not the jungle and this amadi wayanya. Niko tayari kupenda January to December on my hand and don't let me go. No. Feel let's go out. Wanna have a conversation, maybe roll on. Take you somewhere higher, give you more life. Really feeling your flavor, son.
I'll give you everything and more. I sit there, you did like to kick it on the low. I know you wanna get a taste of my flavors, Lana.
Cause I'm certain brighter days are yet to come. Ain't no question that tomorrow there'll be good times. With everything over. Cause I'm certain brighter days are yet to come. Ain't no question that tomorrow there'll be good times. With everything around. Send a member in the bank who do my best. That's thinking no but I know there'll be a better day. Yeah, I'm living on the edge. Did you never hear what I'm saying? Living emotion